Chapter 4180. Here. Next, Lin Ling handed over a brocade pouch. Inside it were 100 divine stones and indigo spirit flowers. The white-robed woman took it and did not check it. Then, she asked calmly, about the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord you mentioned, what kind of big shot is this? This was also the bargaining chip that Lin Ling had agreed to with her earlier. Lin Ling laughed secretly again. He did not expect that the mythical stories that he had read in his previous life could be used as bargaining chips. He smiled faintly and said, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, one of the 3 great sect masters of the primordial age. He was in charge of the Ren school and had the ability to transform into the 3 pure ones. In today's martial arts, many martial arts and divine abilities were derived from his hands. Moreover, he was also recognized as the number 1 person in the spirit array. The 3 great sect masters? The ancient era was so powerful? The white-robed woman's heart trembled, as if she believed what Lin Ling said. Lin Ling nodded slightly and pointed at the white-robed woman like a teacher. It's not the ancient era, but the primordial age. The experts of the ancient era, such as Sun Wukong, Erlang Shen, Neza, and so on, are actually the descendants of the ancient gods of the primordial age. I've never heard of these people. But what are the 3 great sect masters you mentioned? The so-called 3 great sect masters, their orthodoxies are immortalized for hundreds of generations. 99% of today's martial arts are from their orthodoxies. They are the ancestor of Taoism, the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, the Primordial Heavenly Lord, and the sect master of Jie School, the Prime of Heaven. Lin Ling, are these ancient figures the strongest gods in the void? Also, you should know about the will of the world, right? What does it represent? Also, where did these great gods of the primordial age go? Faced with the white-robed woman's continuous questions, Lin Ling felt a little dizzy because he was just spouting nonsense. However, he had already bragged, so he had to continue pretending. The mysteries of the Grand Tao are beyond your imagination. What you've seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Even above the Grand Mist era, there was another era, and that era was the era of creation. It was called the Desolate Era. At that time, everything had yet to become a spirit. The most powerful gods in the void. Lin Ling spoke frankly and frankly. Lin Ling's voice was like the sound of heaven as it spread through the boundless green mountains, causing countless world spiritists to widen their eyes as they carefully listened to what Lin Ling was saying. Bastard! Without a doubt, the 7th prince was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He did not know where Lin Ling had obtained these stories. He actually managed to frighten the world spiritist deity who looked down on true teachings to humbly ask for guidance. Since you're so good at bragging, why don't you go and brag? Dragon Fong was equally angry. He naturally didn't believe Lin Ling's words. What made him furious was that although he didn't believe it, many boundary masters in Miao Shen's true inheritance believed it. For example, world deity Tian Shui. If this continued, the true disciple of Miao Shen might break the ice with Lin Ling and make peace with him. Primeval age? I've never heard of this before. And that was indeed the case. At that moment, the white-robed woman was getting more and more curious. Of course, hidden in the dark, many masters in dragon-patterned robes were quietly listening. Even the purple-patterned robed master of Miao Shen's true inheritance was the same. For them, Lin Ling's words were too novel. It was as if he had revealed the secret of the great Tao. The untainted age is the most ancient age. In fact, Taishang Laojun, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, and Tongdi Hierarch are also the disciples of a great god. This great god is the incarnation of the will of heaven. His name is Hongjun Ancestor. He is as famous as Pangu, the great god of creation, and as old as Nuwa, the mother of all things. The 3 great gods were the ancestors of the primeval age. They passed down the great Tao, opened the sky, and created all things. Because I only know the general idea. What happened in the primeval age, only those ancient great gods knew. However, I guess that the will of the world and the will of the great Tao must be incompatible. This led to all the ancient great gods fighting against the will of the world, so they disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling said faintly. However, when he was bragging, he had also guessed something. Moreover, his mind suddenly roared. He remembered that when he was young, he had read a fairy tale. In it, there was a mysterious and ancient existence. That was the primeval spirit of creation. This primeval spirit of creation was only the will of the universe, not a living being. Moreover, it taught Hongjun ancestor. Could it be that the primeval spirit of creation was the will of the world? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart trembled. If that was the case, then who could fight against it? His random guess had undoubtedly frightened Tian Shui, great boundary god, so much that her face turned pale. The main reason was that she had once obtained a treasure in the secret realm. There were a few names recorded in the inscription. They were Pangu, Nua. This treasure was also the top secret of Miao Shen's true inheritance. Ordinary people wouldn't have access to it. She knew. However, a mere Lin Ling actually knew. Moreover, he said it clearly and logically as if he was the reincarnation of an ancient great god. Moreover, she agreed with Lin Ling's previous guess. Ancient great gods had monstrous strength. Why couldn't any of them be seen today? Perhaps they were really fighting against the will of the world. This was also the reason why the will of the world was so terrifying during the deities' era but had disappeared for so many years. Desolation era, primordial era, deities' era, and then our era? Are we also considered as the post-deities era? The white-robed lady muttered to herself. No, the void universe has been born for countless years. How could it be just a few short eras? As far as I know, the desolation era was the creation of heaven and earth. The primordial era was the awakening of all living beings. After that, it was the deification era. In that era, the gods were in chaos. An ancient great god, Xianxia, used the reputation of the ancient great god to open the deification list. With the deification list, he sealed the gods in the chaotic primordial era, using order to make the world peaceful. Lin Ling said calmly. He told her about the deification of the gods and journey to the west that he had read when he was young. At this moment, in the endless mountain range of Miao Shen's true inheritance, there were boundary gods sitting cross-legged with their eyes opened. Some boundary gods stopped forging and some muttered to themselves. Deification. They only had this one sentence in their hearts. Suddenly, their minds lit up. It was as if they had found their past and present lives. However, this mysterious feeling quickly disappeared, causing their bodies to tremble. Could it be that they were a god in the primordial era? Had they entered the deification list? Now they had reincarnated. Rumble. At the same time, under the mountains, there was an ancient aura erupting. Someone had broken through. Then, a few more people broke through. What? Listening to Lin Ling's bragging, they actually broke through? Such a magical scene undoubtedly caused Longya and the seventh prince's jaws to hit the ground again. Even Princess Tian Yuyu and the others narrowed their eyes. They felt as if Lin Ling had sprinkled endless Tao. Those who listened to the Tao would instantly become gods. Chapter 4181. On the mountain peak where Lin Ling was, Tian Shui, great world deity, and Lin Ling were also shocked, especially Lin Ling. He was even more speechless than Yuyu and the others. Did they break through after listening to his boasting? However, he also realized that a warrior's breakthrough was dependent on the right time, right place, and right people. Those who broke through must have heard what he said and suddenly gained confidence, thinking that he was a reincarnated god. Therefore, with great courage and perseverance, they broke through the gate. There were so many people in the mountain, so it was normal for some of them to break through. Is this the so-called preaching of the great Tao? At this moment, the white-robed lady looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. At this moment, the blue-robed young man seemed to be shining with the light of a god. Lin Ling blushed when she looked at him. He said indifferently, "All right, I've given you what I should. Goodbye." "Wait, Lin Ling, who are you?" Tian Shui, great world deity, suddenly shouted. Her words made Lin Ling pause. He shook his head mysteriously and didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. "I'm the trial taker Lin Ling. That's all." A faint voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth and echoed in the mountain range. However, to those who believed in Lin Ling, Lin Ling was even more unfathomable. He might be a reincarnated god from the ancient times. And for those who hated Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling who had pushed his pretentiousness to the limit, hiding his achievements and fame. Anger. The people of the Seventh Emperor Alliance were so angry that their teeth were itching. Lin Ling, do you know the Wood Spirit Queen of the Kaiyuan River? She's facing a great calamity now. Some people suspect that they are related to the will of the world. If you know them, you can go there now and save them. At this moment, Tian Shui Great World Deity's voice came again. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything. He called Yu Yu and the others and left. Why is he so powerful? Looking at Lin Ling, who left casually, Princess Tin had a complicated expression. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Brother Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so talented in acting. You were fooled by Miao's true inheritance. After leaving Miao Shen's true inheritance, Yu Yu and the others began to laugh like flowers blooming in the wind. You're teasing me. Lin Ling smiled and stretched his hands towards Yu Yu and the others' armpits, making them giggles. Lin Ling, how do you know so many ancient myths? And Yu Er's cheeks were flushed, but she still looked at Lin Ling. Ancient gods, he said, the ancient ancients, the ancient times' stories, the story, the origin. Lin Ling looked at the endless sky with a complicated look in his eyes. If all of this was true, then Lin Ling had also walked out of the hometown of an ancient god. Let's not talk about this. I heard from Miao Shen that the magical forest in the Kaiyuan River is a little dangerous. Then Lin Ling frowned. When he saw Yu Yu and the others were puzzled, he immediately explained. Back then, when Lin Ling had just gone to the Kaiyuan River, he had helped the Wood Spirit Clan, Rock Spirit Clan, and Fire Spirit Clan in the magical forest. Now, according to Miao Shen's legend, they seemed to be in danger and were regarded as the will of the world. Since it was related to the will of the world, it was no small matter. Therefore, Lin Ling had to go and take a look no matter what. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu Yu and the others immediately nodded. After they left the Tianzhou, they immediately moved forward along the void and headed straight for the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River was one of the forbidden areas in the 9 prefectures. There were endless secrets hidden in it. There were even rumors that on the other side of the Kaiyuan River was the hidden place of the dragon tribe. However, in the history of the 9 prefectures, not many people had managed to reach the other side of the river. Lin Ling was one of them. While they were hurrying, Lin Ling also checked the scabbard. Now he had found another broken sword. The scabbard would definitely increase its power by a lot. As for the scabbard, Lin Ling never needed to comprehend it. As long as he found the broken sword, he would be able to display the power of the scabbard. Of course, although this method was fast, there was also a fatal danger. For example, if he didn't find the corresponding broken sword, the sword would kill its owner. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The originally hot scabbard suddenly began to cool down. Lin Ling instantly knew that this was the reason why the broken sword had merged with the tyrannical Song sword. Clang. Lin Ling immediately stopped and pulled out the sword. The new tyrannical Song sword was even more majestic. On the huge sword body, there was demonic energy flowing like water. The visual impact was very strong. Realm essence was activated. With a boom, a powerful force exploded from Lin Ling's body, causing Yu Yu and the others to fly backward. All of them looked at Lin Ling in shock. 100 strands of divine power. Lin Ling looked at the tyrannical Song sword in his hand in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. Although Emperor God Zhonggang had once said that this sword was extremely powerful and was the sword of the sword demon, Lin Ling never expected that just finding a broken sword would give birth to 100 strands of divine power. One had to know that currently, Lin Ling had only cultivated and comprehended more than 50 strands of divine power. It seemed that Lin Ling had more than 150 strands of divine power. With such strength, Lin Ling was undoubtedly one step closer to becoming one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. If I open my 7th Dantian, I will definitely have the strength to fight against Luli Empress. Holding the magnificent sword, Lin Ling's heart was filled with heroism. Brother Ling. At this moment, Yu and the others also flew over and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Hee, this old friend, your strength has finally increased. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. As he spoke, the tyrannical song sword seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's voice. On the sword body, killing intent flowed like water from the sword tip to the sword hilt. It looked extremely beautiful. Lin Ling put away the tyrannical song sword and patted the vines on his left shoulder. Now, among his companions, only little Kunlun's strength had not increased. However, in reality, little Kunlun was 1,000 times stronger than before. It was just that Lin Ling's strength had increased too quickly, so he felt that it was slow. However, if one were to take martial gods as an example, at least 60% of them would not be a match for little Kunlun. Let's go! Next, Lin Ling also increased his speed and rushed toward the Kaiyuan River. After a long time, a dazzling Milky Way appeared in the distance. Even though it was far away, Lin Ling and the others could still hear the rumbling sound of the river. They had arrived at the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling's eyes immediately revealed a nostalgic look. It was here that he had obtained the inheritance treasure of the gods and met the Curation of the 4 great gods. He had also brought the God-Slayer alliance to its peak. It could be said that the Kaiyuan River was also the place that had allowed Lin Ling to completely transform. Of course, the most important thing was that this was the place where Lin Ling had brought An'Yuer back. And now Lin Ling had come again. That's the Kaiyuan River. It was obviously the first time Yu and Xianxia had come here, so they could not help but be surprised. Chapter 4182. Without stopping, Lin Ling led the 3 ladies straight to the Kaiyuan River. Although the Kaiyuan River was huge, there was only one entrance. They could go through the entrance to reach the bottom of the Kaiyuan River. Stop! You can't enter the Kaiyuan River. When Lin Ling found the entrance, a loud shout came from the front. At this moment, the enormous entrance to the origin opening river was blocked by countless people, and all of these people were at the martial god realm. When Lin Ling was here last time, most of them were at the martial ancestor realm and half-step martial god realm. However, all of them were at the martial god realm now. There must be some secret hidden here. Who are you? Lin Ling spoke indifferently when he saw the group of people. It's none of your business. Get lost. Outside the entrance, an old man immediately shouted angrily. He didn't take Lin Ling seriously. Oh, what a beautiful lady. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked at Yu and the others with a lewd smile and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with evil intentions. Martial god Tianji, don't cause trouble. However, someone beside him advised him. We've been guarding this place for a year. It's been too boring. The middle-aged man shook his head and ignored that person's warning. Die. However, as soon as he moved, a black shadow immediately attacked him. It was extremely fast and charged into the middle-aged man's body. Then, the middle-aged man's body trembled and his face became distorted. Save me, save me! He cried out in pain. In the end, he stopped moving. A strange jellyfish swam out of his body with countless tentacles. Then, it flew back to Lin Ling. It was the evil ghost jellyfish. The evil ghost jellyfish was currently in the form of a divine fetus. How could the middle-aged man resist it? After it charged into the middle-aged man's body, it immediately devoured everything. The person who killed the middle-aged man was naturally Lin Ling. That was because the middle-aged man wanted to harm Yu and the others. In Tianzhou, there were people who harassed Yu and the others. However, Lin Ling didn't care because those people were too weak. Lin Ling didn't want to attack them. However, it was different now. Those people were all at the martial god realm. As a man, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't allow his wife to be humiliated in front of such experts. You've got guts. Everyone looked at him coldly when they saw that Lin Ling had killed a martial god realm expert without saying a word. You are the ones who are bold, Lin said coldly, because at this moment he was even more certain that something had happened in the demon forest. I ask you, why are you blocking the entrance? For you, Lin Ling said again. Haha. Outside the entrance, the martial gods laughed. Then, an old man who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. His aura was extremely terrifying. Behind him, a demonic shadow was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It turned into the shadow of a giant bat. It was obvious that it was a divine fetus talent. Moreover, it had reached the innate realm. A coffin floated not far from him. At that moment, the coffin slowly opened and a young man walked out. The young man's clothes were torn and there was a rotten smell on his body. When he opened his eyes, his gaze fell on Lin Ling as if he wanted to devour Lin Ling. Of course, this kind of power had no effect on Lin Ling. "You don't deserve to talk to me." Before the old man could speak, the young man said coldly. His voice was filled with disdain. It was obvious that these two people were the leaders. "Kid, I don't care who you are or who is behind you, but you can't interfere with what we want to do. You can't afford to offend the people behind us. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Apologize and get lost immediately. I'll spare your life," the old man said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. Did the old man think Lin Ling was an idiot because he was young? The old man seemed to be letting Lin Ling go, but in fact he was testing Lin Ling. If Lin Ling really apologized, the old man would probably kill Lin Ling immediately. This was because he saw that Lin Ling was afraid. Naturally, he knew that Lin Ling was guilty. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was a test or not, Lin Ling was not afraid of them at all. He was not afraid at all. He wanted to know who was the mastermind behind the scenes who could summon this group of powerhouses. "I'm talking to you because I'm giving you face. If I don't give you face, you'll definitely regret it." Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. The 6 stanchions in his body started to roll quietly. "I wonder how they'll regret it?" Seeing that Lin Ling was about to make a move, everyone activated their boundary essence. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "That's death." Lin Ling finally made his move. There was no need for him to fuse his talents. He could crush the group of martial gods with his physical strength and boundary essence. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword, a martial god was cut in half before he could make a move. Swoosh! Another sword strike, and another head flew into the air. With Lin Ling's current strength, only the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils could contend with him. However, that was all. His speed is so fast. Seeing that Lin Ling's sword had taken their lives, the martial gods were shocked and exclaimed. However, the person who exclaimed was instantly killed. Killing martial gods was like chopping vegetables. Gradually, everyone felt that a nightmare had arrived. "Capture those women." Then, the remaining people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to capture Yu and the others to make Lin Ling afraid. One had to admit that they were extremely sinister. However, were Yu and the others weak? Yu and Yu and the others looked at each other. They sneered and attacked as well. One by one, they unleashed their divine fetuses. Xianxia activated the flipping sky seal that he had obtained from Grandfather Tang and smashed a martial god into a meat patty. Oh no, these women have divine fetuses and the divine artifacts in their hands are very fierce. The people did not expect that these delicate beauties would be so strong. Those who had wanted to take advantage of them were now so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Where did these people come from? Why are they so fierce? The 3 women have divine fetuses and divine artifacts. That young man does not seem to have any divine fetuses, but his strength is simply overwhelming. They are definitely not ordinary people. As more and more martial gods were killed, the remaining people became more and more terrified. "Boy, your strength is not bad. Let me fight you. Use your full strength." Seeing that the people around him were dying, the old man finally decided to attack. A pair of bat wings sprouted from his back. His entire body was surging with demonic chi, causing the surroundings to explode continuously. His cultivation was at the peak of the martial god realm, and he had 18 divine forces. No wonder he was the leader. His strength was indeed terrifying. He was even more powerful than Duan Wuhan in the past. "You are not qualified to make me use my full strength." However, this strength was like a chicken or a dog to Lin Ling. Swoosh. Chapter 4183. The old man immediately sensed the fierce murderous aura and demonic aura. He was shocked and immediately unleashed all his strength. Countless black lights surrounded him and formed a huge black ball in front of him. The black ball kept spinning and emitted a power that could crush one's soul. However, when Lin Ling's sword slashed at him, the black ball that condensed all of the old man's strength was instantly slashed open. The old man who was behind the black ball had a sword mark in the middle of his head that went all the way to his legs. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. "You are..." Before he could finish his sentence, his body was torn apart from both sides. He couldn't be more dead. "Who are you?" However, the stinky young man continued the old man's words and looked at Lin Ling with a face full of fear. He no longer had the disdainful look from before. He was so scared that the rotten flesh on his body kept dripping off. Lin Ling's previous slash made him realize that he was no match for Lin Ling. "You should be from the land of eternal slumber, right?" Lin Ling held his sword and walked toward the young man step by step. The young man was surrounded by a few people as if he was being protected. However, when Lin Ling arrived, those people all moved aside and didn't dare to block his path. They didn't even think about sneaking up on him when Lin Ling walked past them. They knew that the young man's strength had reached a level that defied the natural order. If they attacked such a strong person, they would die even faster. Yes. "I'm the successor of the land of eternal slumber," the young man said nervously. "Back then, I heard from the Gu King that he had found a successor. It turns out that it's a piece of trash like you. How disappointing." Lin Ling stopped in front of the young man and said calmly, "Gu King? You know the Gu King?" Hearing that, the young man's eyes lit up. "I know him. How can I not know him?" Lin Ling nodded. His words made the young man happy as if he had met an acquaintance. However, Lin Ling's next sentence sent him straight to hell. It was impossible for him to recover. "Gu King died in my hands," Lin Ling said indifferently. "Ah, you killed the Gu King? You're lying to me, you're lying to me. Gu King is the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. No, the Gu King is indeed dead. Furthermore, he died in Spirit Light City. It is said that he was killed by the trial challenger Lin Ling." "Could it be that you are trial taker Lin Ling?" the young man said incoherently. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with even more fear in his eyes. As for the people around him, their faces were instantly filled with one emotion: terror. Trial challenger Lin Ling. How could they not know? Not only was this expert a follower of a god, his strength had also reached a heaven-defying level. Whether it was in terms of strength or status, they were like eggs hitting a rock. "Now, can you tell me what you're doing here and whose orders you're following?" Lin Ling said, still looking at the young man. "You won't kill me if I tell you?" The young man gritted his teeth. His desire to live made him unwilling to give up any chance. Swoosh. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling chopped off his head and killed him directly. "Bargaining with me? Idiot, tell me obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. To be honest, you're not qualified to negotiate with me." Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the remaining people around him. I'll tell you. We were ordered by martial god Huan Bo, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, to seal off Kaiyuan River." The people around him immediately scrambled to speak. Martial god Huan Bo? Hearing that, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Since the fall of martial god Qilin and martial god Wention, many martial gods have risen in the 9 prefectures in an attempt to replace the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Martial god Huan Bo is one of them. He has also been recognized by the other martial gods and has become one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. "Sir, this is all we know. Spare our lives, spare our lives." Lin Ling was even more puzzled when he heard these voices. Although the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were very powerful, the wood spirit tribe of the demonic forest was no small matter either. If it wasn't necessary, martial god Huan Bo shouldn't have provoked the demonic forest. Unless martial god Huan Bo was just a pawn and had been ordered to do so. It seemed like the only way to find out the answer was to enter the demonic forest. "What's the situation in the demonic forest now?" Lin Ling asked again. "The demonic forest is resisting tenaciously because someone pleaded for mercy on their behalf when they were about to be destroyed. Furthermore, the Wood Spirit tribe and the others joined that powerhouse. The person who pleaded for mercy on their behalf was a Yuan Venerate martial god. The Yuan Venerate martial god has always been alone. Now, he seems to want to develop his own force, so he has also taken a liking to the Wood Spirit tribe and the others. However, they are still negotiating and we don't know the outcome. However, if the Yuan Venerate martial god no longer cares about the demonic forest, then the demonic forest will be in trouble. The surrounding people all began to speak out. Scram. After obtaining the information he needed, Lin Ling didn't kill them. Although Lin Ling looked down on people who obeyed his orders obediently, he couldn't be bothered to make a move. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Some of the surrounding martial gods kowtowed, some saluted, and some fled in terror. What a bunch of vile people. Yu and the others also walked over when they saw them flee. To them, martial gods were like gods in the sky. They had once looked up to them and envied them. However, now, even these godly existences were acting lowly like lapdogs. Naturally, they despised them. After all, they definitely wouldn't beg for mercy if they fell into the hands of the enemy, let alone betray their own people. Of course, while they despised them, they also felt a little sense of accomplishment. After all, being able to make a martial god flatter Lin Ling showed how strong he was. I never imagined that a Yuan Venerate martial god would also interfere. However, the Wood Spirit race, the Stone Spirit race, and the Fire Spirit race are all my people. A Yuan Venerate martial god is trying to snatch them from me. Lin Ling smiled faintly as he looked at the entrance. He was the totem of the three races. How could he let anything happen to the three races? Furthermore, he couldn't let a Yuan Venerate martial god snatch them away. Then, Lin Ling led Yu and the others through the entrance. How beautiful! Yu and Xian Yuangu, who were here for the first time, were immediately filled with curiosity as they watched the surging river flow above their heads. Lin Ling smiled but didn't interrupt them. Instead, a map appeared in his hand. This map had been given to him by Brother Wudi. It would allow Lin Ling to find the whereabouts of the demonic forest. After all, the map of the Kaiyuan River was constantly changing. This way. Then Lin Ling made up his mind and quickened his pace with Yu and the others. Chapter 4184. Back then, when the second master of the place of eternal slumber, Wanyan Shijing, arrived, the tribes in the forest were in a terrible fix. Now that the 10 martial gods had been mobilized, the demon forest would undoubtedly be difficult to resist. However, Lin Ling was a trial taker under Lei Gong. In the 9 states, there were not many who dared to disrespect Lei Gong. Unless it was the Spirit Nation. Of course, if it was a life-and-death feud, they would not have to care about Lei Gong's face. The outcome would be to perish together with Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling was killed, Lei Gong would not let the matter rest. As they walked through the forest, Lin Ling saw that many tall trees had collapsed. The forest was filled with sorrow. He could not understand why someone would attack them when the 3 tribes were fighting against the world martial arts. Brother Ling, they will be fine. Sensing Lin Ling's cold expression, Yu immediately comforted him. Lin Ling nodded. According to his memories, he was getting closer and closer to where the Wood Spirits resided. Back then, Lin Ling had united the 3 tribes here to resist the place of eternal slumber. He remembered that Wanyan Shijing had arrived but was forced to flee with his tail between his legs. Back then, this was also where I obtained the fruit of good. At this moment, the giant ghost also floated out inside. This evil ghost was becoming more and more humane. Hee, this forest will belong to us from now on. At this moment, laughter came from afar. Then, a few figures walked through the dense forest, chatting as they walked. Of course, they soon discovered Lin Ling and the others and were all shocked. This was because the Kaiyuan River had been sealed. It should be impossible for anyone to enter. Who are you people? Immediately, they walked quickly toward Lin Ling and the others. Yu and the others stared at them calmly. They realized that these people were different from humans. They had long golden hair, pointed ears, and were extremely handsome. People from the Gold Spirit tribe. Instead, it was Lin Ling who recognized these people. The Gold Spirit clan was one of the 5 spirits ancient clans in the Kai Yuan River. However, the territory of the Gold Spirit clan was in the Guyuan Mountains. Now, they had come to the demonic forest. You don't have the right to ask who we are. However, this demon forest is my territory. When did I agree to let you in? Lin Ling's face turned cold. Haha. Those gold spirits roared with laughter when they heard this. However, not long after they started laughing, Lin Ling's powerful aura exploded, causing them to tremble in fear. Plop. In the end, he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. With their strength, how could they withstand Lin Ling's divine might? Speak. Why are the gold spirits here? Lin Ling took a step forward and asked coldly. Those people didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything they knew. It turned out that the gold spirits and the water spirits had taken a liking to the demonic forest and invited experts to help. As a reward, those experts would receive the Tree of Tao. Lin Ling came to a realization after listening to them. However, Lin Ling was still very curious about the experts they had invited because he knew that there were 2 of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 states. Moreover, it seemed that they weren't the ones behind this. Tell the gold spirits that this is my territory. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Then, he led Yu Yu and the others past them and toward the Wood Spirit tribe. Not long after, the Wood Spirit tribe appeared in front of them. There were tall trees and beautiful flowers. Although this place was still beautiful, it obviously lacked spirituality. Many of the Wood Spirit tribe's members were gathered there and their faces were gloomy. Seeing the Wood Spirit tribe, Lin Ling suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Lord Messenger. It didn't take long for the members of the Wood Spirit clan to notice Lin Ling, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Where is the Empress? Lin Ling greeted everyone and got straight to the point. The Empress is here. However, Lord Messenger, you have to help us. They want to kill us all. Yes, although a Yuan venerate martial god has appeared to help us, it has only allowed us to escape death. However, we still have to leave our home. Lord Messenger, we don't want to leave our home. Everyone looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling had originally intended to meet the Empress. However, after hearing their words, he stopped in his tracks and said, "Don't worry, I will protect this place. I will protect this place." It was just a simple sentence, but it filled the Wood Spirits with boundless confidence. Of course, some of the Wood Spirit tribe elders who knew the situation were still worried because they knew who was attacking the demonic forest. Those were the people of the gods. Lord Messenger. At that moment, an exclamation was heard in the sky. A huge leaf slowly drifted down with a few people on it. One of them was the Empress. The Empress was undoubtedly very excited when she saw Lin Ling. However, when she saw Yu Yu and the others, she was immediately shocked. It was no wonder that the Lord Messenger was indifferent to her beauty. It turned out that the people around him were all so beautiful. You will protect this place? That's some big talk, but in my opinion, you are just talking nonsense. There was a young man beside the Empress. At this moment, when he saw how agitated the Empress was, he was undoubtedly displeased and immediately spoke disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Do you know who is attacking the demonic forest? You will be scared to death if I tell you. You are really a frog at the bottom of a well. The young man was the first to drop the leaf as he shouted angrily. However, he had just finished speaking when a shocked voice was heard behind him. You are Lin Ling? A middle-aged man stood beside the Empress. He was a Yuan venerate martial god. At the moment, his eyes were trembling as he looked at Lin Ling as though he had seen a demon. He had also seen Lin Ling at the auction held by Taoist Myriad Treasures and had been scared away by Lin Ling's treasure. Furthermore, Lin Ling had killed 2 martial gods in a row. Thus, he was in awe of Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. Master, who is Lin Ling? The young man couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw the Yuan venerate martial god's shocked expression. His master was one of the 10 great martial gods of Jiuzhou. How could such a person know the young man in blue? That's right, I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling replied as he looked at the Yuan venerate martial god. The Yuan venerate martial god exclaimed in surprise when he heard Lin Ling's acknowledgement. He actually didn't dare approach Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made the people of the wood spirit race feel incredulous. They naturally knew who a Yuan venerate martial god was. He was powerful and famous. Even the invaders had to give him some face. Otherwise, the three races of the demonic forest would have been wiped out a long time ago. However, such a powerhouse actually didn't dare approach the Lord Messenger? Chapter 4185. This guy? The Yuan venerate martial god was stunned when he heard this. Then he flew into a rage. The disciple he had just accepted had actually called Linling, this guy? He rushed forward and, under the confused gaze of the young man, suddenly grabbed his neck and smashed him to the ground. Apologize to me. Bang, bang, bang. The Yuan venerate martial god grabbed the youth and kowtowed to Linling, causing the youth to vomit blood continuously. Linling, this disciple of mine is insensible. I hope you don't take it to heart. The Yuan venerate martial god then spoke to Linling. Yes, I'm sorry. The youth's face was covered in blood, but he wasn't a fool. As he spoke, he kept spitting out broken teeth. It's fine. I don't have any objections to him. Linling remained indifferent to the Yuan venerate martial god's actions. He only replied indifferently. His words made the Yuan venerate martial god relax. He knew that Linling didn't care about his disciple's mistakes. However, I do have some objections to you. However, Linling's next words made the Yuan venerate martial god's heart skip a beat. The demonic forest is my territory and I'm protecting it. I heard that you were snatching my people, right? Linling played with his fingernails as he spoke casually. I really didn't know about this. The Yuan venerate martial god's hair stood on end as he explained immediately. In the end, he even gave himself 3 hard slaps. Linling, it's my fault. I didn't know that this was your territory. I didn't recognize you when I tried to snatch people from you. It's my fault. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, causing the wood spirits to be dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. However, they weren't fools. They immediately guessed that the status of the Great Envoy was higher than the Yuan venerate martial god. Great Envoy. The Empress also looked at Linling excitedly. Last time, Linling had saved their devil forest. This time, Linling had come to save the devil forest once again. Linling was worthy of being their envoy. Linling, you also know that my island is very big, but there aren't many people. Right now, these 3 races are about to be killed, so I'm pleading for mercy on their behalf. I want to bring them to my island to increase their popularity. That's all. The Yuan venerate martial god explained after giving himself 3 slaps. Then his eyes lit up. Furthermore, I also saved them. That's why I'm giving you a chance to speak. Linling nodded. Then, he said calmly, tell me, who's having designs on the demon forest? It's a trial taker of a god. The Yuan venerate martial god said immediately. As expected, Linling's eyes lit up. In fact, he had already guessed that this was the case. After all, the other party had to have a powerful background to be able to summon so many powerhouses. So, how's your discussion going? Linling asked again. The trial taker only wants the Great Path Tree, and this tree is in the Devil Forest. Therefore, after my pleading, they let the 3 races off. However, the 3 races want to leave the Devil Forest. The Yuan venerate martial god said. What a trial taker. Are you a bandit? Linling's face turned cold. He didn't care what kind of trial taker the other party was. In any case, this was Linling's territory. There was no way they could get their hands on it. The Yuan venerate martial god heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Linling's domineering voice. It seemed like Linling didn't mind his mistake. Then, he realized that there was finally some way to resolve the matter of the 3 great races. After all, Linling of the heavenly voice of the god was going to make an appearance. This was a god who had seen gods before, a god who possessed supreme authority. However, when I spoke with them last time, they said that they wouldn't show any respect to anyone who came. Then, the Yuan venerate martial god pondered for a moment before speaking again. His tone was warm and gentle as he tried to sow discord. Linling naturally heard the provocation. However, he didn't mind. Instead, he said nonchalantly, "No matter who it is, they will have to show respect to me. Yuan venerate martial god, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Lead the way." Alright. The Yuan venerate martial god couldn't help but smile excitedly when he heard this. Although he was one of the 10 great martial gods of Jiuzhou, this was a confrontation between trial takers. He couldn't afford to provoke either side. Unless he didn't fear the gods. Therefore, he could also follow along and watch the confrontation between the trial takers. Follow Sir Envoy. Upon seeing that Lin Ling had made a decision, the people of the wood spirit race also shouted one after another. The Empress was both excited and shocked. She was excited because Sir Envoy had returned. She was shocked because, based on Sir Envoy's tone, he didn't seem to be afraid of those powerhouses. She had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually grow to such a level after being separated from Lin Ling for a few years. This was because she knew very well just how incredible it was to be feared by the 9 states' 10 great martial gods. Moreover, there were such figures among those powerhouses. However, Lin Ling was also such a figure. The large group followed Lin Ling and advanced through the dense forest. Informed the fire spirit race and the earth spirit race. Along the way, the Empress also spoke to the people of her race. Those people understood and ran happily through the forest. After a long time, the people of the fire spirit race and the earth spirit race arrived. Without any suspense, they were extremely excited. Sir Totem, the patriarch of the fire spirit race, knelt down immediately. The dwarves of the earth spirit race also knelt down. However, this group of dwarves also looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Lin Ling immediately scolded them jokingly and threw away the wine on his body. Over the years, he had already developed a habit of collecting fine wine from all over as long as he had the chance. He had never imagined that it would come in handy today. When the Yuan venerate martial god saw that the 3 great races were very familiar with Lin Ling, he immediately knew that it was impossible for him to recruit the 3 great races. Continue leading the way. Lin Ling didn't stay here for too long. He let the Yuan venerate martial god continue leading the way. Lin Ling was also very curious as to which trial taker had interfered in his territory. As they passed through the mountains, they finally saw a large luxurious mansion located in the distance when they were close to the ancient Yuan mountain range. It was obvious that these mansions had been built not long ago. However, they had everything they needed. They were magnificent and majestic. Furthermore, the martialists strolling around nearby were all martial gods. They were obviously extremely famous people in Jiuzhou. Based on their obedient appearance, this also indicated the trial taker's identity. If the 4 great gods were compared to emperors, then the trial taker would be the chief general. Of course, he had to be at the level of the divine heavenly voice. Ordinary trial takers still weren't valued. After all, the divine heavenly voice was something that could allow one to meet the gods. Lin Ling, we have arrived. I will go and talk to them. After all, I just saw the trial taker 3 days ago. I reckon he is still here. Chapter 4186. Their disdainful smiles deepened when they saw the Yuan venerate martial god. This Yuan venerate martial god was pleading for mercy? He was simply overestimating himself. May I ask if Sir Black Flag is here? The Yuan venerate martial god asked with cupped fists. He was also a little depressed. He was one of the 10 great martial gods of Jiuzhou, a powerhouse with high standards. Now, he had to lower his voice before these weak martialists. This was too depressing. Yuan venerate martial god, Sir Black Flag has already given you a lot of face. Now, you still want to plead for mercy? Let me give you a word of advice. Scram. An old man with a goatee said nonchalantly. His attitude was extremely arrogant. The Yuan venerate martial god cursed silently when he saw this. Spiritual Master Goat, I do have an important matter to discuss with him. I already said scram. The old man called Spiritual Master Goat snorted. You should know that Sir Black Flag has already given you a lot of face. If you continue to pester him, Sir Black Flag's promise to you might fall through. Boom. However, as soon as he said this, a fist flew over from afar at an extremely fast speed. Bang. When it landed on the old man's head, It exploded like a watermelon. The entire process was straightforward and simple. This unforeseen event immediately made the powerhouses in front of the mansion feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The Yuan Venerate martial god was flabbergasted and in disbelief. After all, the person standing in front of him was Lin Ling. What's the point of wasting time with them? Lin Ling shook off the blood on his hand as he spoke coldly to the Yuan Venerate martial god. His words made the Yuan Venerate martial god's jaw drop. He was shocked by Lin Ling's domineering attitude. However, a carefree feeling arose spontaneously soon after. He had also lowered his voice for a long time. Damn it, this was the first time he felt so refreshed. What should we do next? The Yuan Venerate martial god asked nervously. Are you an idiot? Lin Ling glanced at the Yuan Venerate martial god strangely. We are here to look for someone, not to reminisce about the past, nor to plead for mercy. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, just beat them up. This sentence made the Yuan Venerate martial god wake up from a dream. That's right. He followed Lin Ling. Why did he have to plead for mercy like a dog? At once, he straightened, his back stiffened and roared thunderously, "Sir, come out here." The Yuan Venerate martial god's attitude was insufferably arrogant, as if he was venting all his frustrations over the past few days. Yuan Venerate martial god? These powerhouses were furious. How could Yuan Venerates and martial gods of the past be so arrogant? The Yuan Venerate martial god did not waste any more words. He lunged forward and his arm turned into a rock. He grabbed a powerhouse and smashed him into the ground. Boom! After smashing down, a black rock appeared out of thin air and suppressed the expert, causing him to vomit blood more than 10 meters away. Actually, the strongest martialist present was a Yuan Venerate martial god. Even Lin Ling couldn't compare to him. It was just that Lin Ling's status was higher. After suppressing that powerhouse, the Yuan Venerate martial god was elated as he glared angrily at everyone. With a martial god backing him, he could do things without the slightest scruple. Great, great. Upon seeing the Yuan Venerate martial god's insufferably arrogant attitude, the powerhouses didn't dare be arrogant anymore. Who are you? At this moment, a figure walked out of the mansion's door. This person looked very young, about 30 years old, but his strength was not weak. He was martial god Ripple Illusion, one of the 10 new martial gods in JoJo. He immediately squinted at the Yuan Venerate martial god when he walked out. He didn't understand why the latter was so bold. Damn you! Ask Sir Black Flag to come out here. However, the Yuan Venerate martial god clearly wasn't afraid of him this time. Is Sir Black Flag someone you can meet whenever you want? I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately. Martial god Ripple Illusion sneered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's voice was heard. Yuan Venerate martial god, can you capture him? The Yuan Venerate martial god nodded instinctively and turned to look at Lin Ling. When he saw Lin Ling nod, he immediately understood and erupted with his full power. The ferocious speed, the unparalleled power of divinity, and the divine embryo all surged forward in a mighty wave. Boom! When this aura was unleashed, the mansion behind was the first to explode and turn into dust. The strength of a Yuan Venerate martial god was terrifying. The surrounding martialists were also blown away by this violent storm. Martial god Ripple Illusion had clearly not expected that a Yuan Venerate martial god would dare to attack him. This was rebellion. Could a Yuan Venerate martial god dare to go against a martial god? Unfortunately, although he was also one of the 10 great martial gods in JoJo, he was still a new martial god and his strength couldn't compare to a Yuan Venerate martial god. Furthermore, the Yuan Venerate martial god had attacked suddenly. This could be considered a sneak attack. Thus, in a short moment he was sealed by the mysterious stone and turned into a 2-meter-tall divine stone. Only his head was exposed. He resisted with all his might, but it was useless. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The strength of a Yuan Venerate martial god was indeed terrifying. He had a feeling that even if he used all his strength, he might not be a match for a Yuan Venerate martial god unless he used a treasure to suppress him. However, He had never imagined that a Yuan venerate martial god would be so cowardly despite being so strong. He would actually be so afraid of him and the other trial takers. However, Lin Ling quickly recalled that this Yuan venerate martial god had also been like this back at the Guyuan mountain range. This was a well-prepared powerhouse who had endured humiliation all his life. Thus, there was more or less some cowardice in the depths of his character. Sush. Lin Ling rushed forward and arrived before the divine stone, following which he viciously threw 3 slaps at it. You dare to act so arrogantly in my territory? Slap, slap, slap. Martial god Ripple Illusion had been restrained by the Yuan venerate martial god and could only endure Lin Ling's 3 palm strikes. And he was also beaten silly. For you must have a death wish. Martial god Ripple Illusion roared furiously. He had never imagined that he, one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states, would actually be slapped in the face. You are indeed one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states. You are very strong. Even your skin is thicker than others. Lin Ling ignored his words. Instead, he waved his numb palm and took out his scabbard. Then, he swung it at martial god Ripple Illusion's face as though he was holding the leg of a chair. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Martial god Ripple Illusion's nose was smashed crooked and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This scared the surrounding martial gods so much that they started trembling. Who exactly was this person? He was simply too arrogant. Furthermore, this was because Lin Ling had used the scabbard. If he had used the Tyrant Song sword, the restrained martial god Ripple Illusion might have been killed immediately. Trial taker Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? A figure finally leaped out of the crumbling mansion and appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. This person's strength was also unfathomable. However, there was also a sword-like sea urchin radiating from his body. This was a divine might. Chapter 4187. Trial Challenger Lin Ling? Martial god Huan Bo's eyes narrowed at Huang Xiaolong's words. Everyone else's jaws dropped to the floor. So this frivolous and unruly young man was a trial challenger. No wonder he was so unbridled. Who are you? Lin Ling slowly sheathed his tyrannical song sword and asked nonchalantly when he saw the newcomer. Lin Ling had never seen this young man before, nor did he expect the other party to recognize him. I'm Yojin's 4-star trial challenger, Wangu Yanhui. The young man puffed out his chest proudly and said nonchalantly, Lin Ling, why did you disrupt my trial mission? You should know that disrupting other people's trial mission is equivalent to provoking a god. Trial mission? Lin Ling was inwardly surprised, then sneered, what trial mission is this? Looking for the world will in the Kai Yuan River. Wangu Yanhui immediately answered. The world will in the Kai Yuan River? Lin Ling naturally knew where it was. It was at the Dragon Clan's side. He had once communicated with that world will. The world will was on the other side of the Kai Yuan River, but this Wangu Yanhui's gaze was on the Devil Forest. Obviously, he was using the trial mission as an excuse to run amok. Bullshit. Thinking of this, Lin Ling snapped angrily. First, who said others can't interfere with the trial mission? Did you say that? Or did Eugene say that? This was the truth. Other trial challengers were not prohibited from participating in the trial mission. In fact, there were times when trial challengers would fight to the death just for a single mission. When Lin Ling went to the Spirit Light City as a scout, he was doing the same mission with Long Yang and the others. Therefore, there was no such thing as not interfering. Second, this is my territory. You're behaving atrociously in my territory. Do you think I can just stand by and watch? Lin Ling repeated. Wangu Yanhui gritted his teeth, knowing that Lin Ling was right. Indeed, senior apprentice sister Lu Li had said that Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. It was obvious that he and Lu Li Empress were both gods. Alright, you're right. However, are you really going to go against me for the sake of the demonic forest? Wangu Yanhui spoke again. Go against you? You think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you, this devil forest is under the protection of I, Lin Ling. Whoever dares to mess around here will be going against me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped forward with an overbearing aura. Huang Xiaolong could tell that although Wangu Yanhui was a trial challenger, Wangu Yanhui's strength was lower than his. All right, I will report this matter to Lei Gong and let him convict you. This is because you actually provoked other trial takers for no reason. Watching Lin Ling's momentum climbing higher and higher, Wangu Yanhui's anger soared once again. However, he didn't dare to make a move. If he did, it would be equivalent to provoking the lightning god Great Hall. Hee hee, you're talking big. May I ask, what star-level trial challenger are you now? Listening to Wangu Yanhui's words, Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and immediately mocked. Didn't you say you're a 4-star cultivator? A guy who hasn't even seen a god realm cultivator, you can see Lei Gong? You must be dreaming. Lin Ling's last sentence left Wangu Yanhui speechless. Wangu Yanhui's body trembled uncontrollably because Lin Ling was also mocking him, Wangu Yanhui, as trash. Yo, Lin Ling, why are you bullying some newcomers? But at this time, 2 figures slowly approached from the distant sky. Judging from the direction they were coming from, they seemed to be coming from the ancient Origin Mountains. Looking closer, they had a divine might similar to a sea urchin. Clearly, they were also trial challengers. No one had expected that 4 trial challengers would gather in the demonic Origin Forest today. Lin Ling also looked up and immediately discovered that one of them was wearing a long black robe. Even his shoes were black. It was extremely strange. However, this person was very strong and wasn't much weaker than a Yuan Venerate martial god. Come to think of it, this person should be the black flag that the Yuan Venerate martial god had mentioned. Furthermore, he was also the person with the greatest authority here. The other person was someone Lin Ling was familiar with. It was Lei Gong's trial challenger, Zhong Shan. When Lin Ling had gone to Lei Gong's hall and walked up the sea god stairway, it had been Zhong Shan who had led the way and introduced the rules of Lei Gong's hall. To Lin Ling, Zhong Shan was a good friend. However, Zhong Shan's appearance here undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. Of course, Zhong Shan was also very surprised as he exclaimed, "Lin Ling, what are you doing here?" As these words faded, Heike turned his head to look at Zhong Shan in astonishment. Clearly, he did not expect Zhong Shan to know Lin Ling. Although there were only 40 trial challengers below the 4 great gods, this didn't mean that everyone knew each other. Big Brother Black Flag, this person is disrespectful to me. Wangu Yanhui immediately spoke up when he saw Black Flag arrive. Clearly, Black Flag's status and strength were above Wangu Yanhui's. Black Flag squinted at Lin Ling. He naturally knew about Lin Ling's name. This was someone who had embarrassed senior sister Lioli. He had heard of such a person before. However, after meeting him today, he realized that Lin Ling didn't live up to his reputation. He was as domineering as the rumors said. Lin Ling, this is our business. What's the meaning of this? Black Flag said nonchalantly. Then, he glanced at his residence, which had been reduced to dust, and added, "You destroyed our residence. Aren't you being too arrogant by doing this? This fellow lacks manners, so I decided to teach him a lesson." However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all as he spoke nonchalantly with his hands behind his back. His frivolous attitude made the Yuan Venerate martial god admire him. Lin Ling wasn't strong, but his guts were ferocious. Previously, he had been afraid that Lin Ling would weaken when he saw Black Flag. If that had happened, even though Black Flag wouldn't have done anything to Lin Ling, the Yuan Venerate martial god would have been unlucky and would have made things difficult for him in the future. Fortunately, Lin Ling was still as arrogant as before. At the very least, Black Flag wouldn't look at the Yuan Venerate martial god anymore. Even if someone needs to be taught a lesson, it should be our god. What right do you have? Black Flag had never imagined that Lin Ling would be so arrogant and not give him any face at all. Right? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smirked. I am a heavenly voice of God, while he is a 4-star trial taker that even the gods have never seen before. Is this considered a right? It is. Black Flag nodded. Does this mean that I would also have the right to teach you a lesson if my level was higher than yours? Black Flag was clearly a heavenly voice of God. He was a powerhouse that had seen Eugene before. Alright, then may I ask what star trial taker you are? Lin Ling nodded immediately. Sorry, I'm a 7-star. Black Flag didn't hide anything as he replied nonchalantly. He also wanted to see Lin Ling's terrified expression after he said this. After all, a 7-star trial taker was an extremely noble status. Being able to reach this level meant that he had completed many missions and was valued by the gods. Chapter 4188. I'm sorry, but I'm also a 7-star. Looking at Haiki's smug expression, Lin Ling said word by word. What? As soon as he said that, the 3 trial takers' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was the trial taker with the fastest growth rate among the 4 gods. At such a young age, he already had the heavenly voice of God. They had long been envious of him. But now Lin Ling had become a 7-star trial taker? If that was the case, it would be impossible for Haiki to show his status in front of Lin Ling. Haiki couldn't help but turn to look at Zhongshan. He wanted to know from Zhongshan whether Lin Ling was bragging. However, Zhongshan was also confused. He remembered that Lin Ling was only a 6-star trial taker before he left. Therefore, Zhongshan frowned and asked, Lin Ling, are you sure you're a 7-star trial taker? Could it be that someone dares to make a joke about a god? Lin Ling asked. His words made the 3 trial takers fall silent. Indeed, no matter how arrogant a trial taker was, he wouldn't dare to make a joke about a god. Since Lin Ling dared to say that, he must be really confident. I'll give you a chance. Scram. Seeing that they were silent, Lin Ling also ordered them to leave. Lin Ling, why do you have to do this? We're all trial takers. Why don't we each take a step back? There's no need to offend Haiki and the others. Scram. At this moment, Zhongshan frowned and said, how about giving me face? Scram. Brother Zhongshan, I'm giving you face. That's why I'm being so nice. Lin Ling looked at Zhongshan indifferently and said, you should know that this demonic forest is my territory. If a trial taker dares to run amok in my territory, do you think I can stand by and do nothing? Therefore, he's the one offending me now, not the other way around. Scram. Hearing this, Zhongshan was enraged. This was because Heiqi and Wangu Yanhui were both looking at him, and Lin Ling had met the gods later than him. Therefore, if he couldn't even deal with Lin Ling, he wouldn't be able to swallow his pride. With this thought in mind, Zhongshan's voice also became solemn. Lin Ling, no matter what, I am the one who brought you to Lei Gong's great hall. You must give me this face no matter what. He remembered that Lin Ling was very easy to talk to in the Lei Gong hall, so his dignified appearance should be able to scare Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was easy to talk to, but that depended on the time. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't give anyone face because this had already violated Lin Ling's principles. Moreover, if he, Zhongshan, walked around the 9 prefectures and the final world and asked for Lin Ling's name, everyone would say that this Lin Ling wasn't easy to talk to. Brother Zhongshan, you brought me to Lei Gong's great hall last time, so I will give you face. At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Zhongshan and said. These words made Zhongshan smile with satisfaction, but Lin Ling wasn't done yet. I will give you face, so I will call you Brother Zhongshan for the rest of my life. If you still want to go against me, then don't blame me for not being polite to you. With the last sentence, Lin Ling's voice was so cold that it penetrated one's heart. You dare. Hearing this, Zhongshan was furious. How dare a latecomer be so arrogant? Although Lei Gong valued Lin Ling a little, in Zhongshan's opinion, Lin Ling was just lucky to be chosen by Lei Gong. Sooner or later he would return to his original state. In the past, Zhongshan was polite to Lin Ling on the surface, but in fact he was already dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Lin Ling left the Lei Gong's great hall to plot against Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling always disappeared too quickly, causing his plan to fail. It seems like Zhongshan, you are bent on going against me. Lin Ling was also angry. Of course, he would give face to Zhongshan. However, Zhongshan didn't know how to conduct himself. He, Lin Ling, had already made it clear that the demon forest was under his protection. If Zhongshan wanted to give face to him, he should have advised Heiqi, not him, Lin Ling. It was as if Zhongshan didn't help his own people when they were being bullied at home. Instead, he bullied his own family. Let me tell you, if you don't scram after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Don't blame me for taking action. Lin Ling issued his final order. He Qi and the others' faces turned cold. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. He didn't give them any face at all. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's identity, they didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, angering Lin Ling wasn't a big deal, but angering Lei Gong would be troublesome. You have guts. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Don't fall into my hands. He Qi stared at Lin Ling and said word by word. Obviously, he had no choice but to retreat now. Wait! But at this time, Wangu Yanhui shouted. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, this matter is between you and me, why don't we settle it, using the simplest method of a cultivator to fight? If you win, this Devil Essence Forest will belong to you, and we will never step into it again. If I win, the Demon Forest will belong to me. What do you think? Of course, you can also choose not to fight. However, if the dignified Tianyin of the Seven-Star God is afraid of a newcomer, your reputation will be tarnished. Of course, you, Lin Ling, might not care, but Lei Gong's side won't be able to say anything. In the mission, there must be something fishy going on. That's why you, Lin Ling, soared to the heavens in one step and became a Seven-Star God. Wangu Yanhui's voice was filled with provocation. Hearing Wangu Yanhui's words, He Qi and Zhong Shan sneered. Lin Ling was a Seven-Star cultivator, but in fact, they still doubted the authenticity of that claim. If Lin Ling didn't even dare to battle Wangu Yanhui, then the two words Seven-Star would be an undeserved reputation. Do you dare or not? Wangu Yanhui's aura became overbearing when he saw Lin Ling's silence. Seeing this, a cold light flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. These people had turned the demon forest upside down, yet he, Lin Ling, only asked them to scram. This was already giving them enough face. However, this Wangu Yanhui was still unwilling to give up. Did he really think that he, Lin Ling, was an easy target to bully? As you wish. At this point, it was impossible for Lin Ling to refuse. He, straightforward. Wangu Yanhui was not surprised by Lin Ling's nod. After all, he guessed that it was fine for Lin Ling to lose face, but he did not dare to make Lei Gong lose face as well. Let's go over there. Wangu Yanhui took the lead, flying towards the ancient Yuan mountain range's sky. He Qi and Zhong Shan also sneered coldly and flew away. Zhong Shan, how is this Lin Ling's strength? His talent is not bad, he has 2 divine embryos, but his cultivation realm is not high, and his divine force is not strong. He might be powerful against other martial god realm masters, but against us who are also martial god realm cultivators, his strength is weaker. I estimate that the gap between Wangu Yanhui and Lin Ling's strength is not too big. Wangu Yanhui is only a little bit stronger. After all, according to the time, they should be the same batch of cultivators. It's just that Lin Ling's luck was good, and he did some mission that caused his cultivation to soar. Chapter 4189. After all, every person who could become a trial taker was an extremely powerful entity. For example, although Wangu Yanhui wasn't the strongest among the trial takers, he was still considered a mid-tier existence. So far, he had only lost to one person. While Heike and the others were talking, the people from the 3 races and the Yuan Venerates and martial gods were also heading towards the Guyuan mountain range. However, they were still a little worried about this battle. Even the Yuan Venerates and martial gods weren't sure if Lin Ling could win, unless Lin Ling used his god-destroying trump cards. However, if that happened, Lin Ling would have an unfair advantage. This should be Big Brother Ling's first battle with a trial taker after becoming a trial taker, right? Lin Ling will definitely win. Even Yu and the others weren't completely confident. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling had already fought a trial taker in Spirit Light City. His opponent was Xianxia, who was also a rather famous existence among the trial takers. Unknowingly, more and more people had gathered in the sky above the Guyuan mountain range. The powerhouses of the Metal Spirit race and the Water Spirit race were lingering in the distance. Furthermore, they had all recognized Lin Ling. Back then, Lin Ling had killed the High Priest and Princess of the Metal Spirit race. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Ling would be defeated. Of course, They hadn't expected that the enemy of their two races, Linling, would also be a trial taker. Furthermore, it seemed like his status wasn't low. Linling, I heard that you have 2 divine embryos. Today, I'll be able to exchange some pointers with you. I'm especially curious about your human monarch flame. After a moment, the 2 of them floated in the sky. Wangu Yanhui also said, because I also have a fire divine embryo. I hope you can make me use this divine embryo. I also hope you can make me use my human monarch flame. Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands clasped behind his back. You're stubborn, but let me tell you this. Among the trial takers, I've defeated a few, but I've only suffered 1 defeat so far. And that person was the 7-star trial taker Xianxia. Only an old man with such qualifications can defeat me. As for you, I'm sorry. It's not that I'm looking down on you. You're a 7-star trial taker, but in my opinion, you're just someone who doesn't have the qualifications. Wangu Yanhui nodded his head. Suddenly, a large number of red light dots appeared around his body, condensing and covering his entire body. All right, I heard that you're a newbie, so I shouldn't talk about Xianxia in front of you. With your knowledge, I'm afraid you've never heard of him. In the end, Wangu Yanhui's body was covered by a layer of crystalline crystal. This crystalline crystal was neither jade nor gold, and it looked like a layer of armor. On the surface of this armor were tiger stripes, and there were 3 tiger stripes on Wangu Yanhui's cheeks. The aura of a ferocious beast burst out. This aura carried with it a unique characteristic, and that was chaos. One of the 4 great vicious beasts of the universe, Xianxia. In the distance, Black Flag stared at Wangu Yanhui's transformation with a faint smile on his face. He knew that Wangu Yanhui possessed the true Xianxia physique. His strength was boundless, and he was the representative of the world's most monstrous vicious beasts. A light flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. He possessed one of the 4 great vicious beasts, Chaos Beast, so he naturally sensed Wangu Yanhui's ferocious aura. However, unlike Chaos Beast, Wangu Yanhui's ferocious aura was more chaotic, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. However, Lin Ling had to admit that Wangu Yanhui's Xianxia physique was slightly stronger than his Chaos Beast physique. At the same time, Wangu Yanhui opened his eyes. His pupils were crimson, looking extremely demonic. He spoke softly. My Xianxia divine fetus physique is the 8th strongest physique in the gods' era. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my power. He stretched out a red claw and clenched it, causing the void to explode. That was 200,000 worlds worth of world force. No wonder he could become a cultivator. His physical strength was stronger than Lin Ling's. Wangu Yanhui was also an expert that Lin Ling had fought so far. His physical strength was stronger than Wang Shui's 8-9 devil art. From another perspective, Wangu Yanhui's strength was comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures, 10 vicious. After all, although Wang Shui's strength was comparable, there was still a gap between them. Wangu Yanhui, on the other hand, did not lack this gap. Interesting. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He no longer concealed his strength. Talent fusion. 6 divine embryos erupted at the same time. Lin Ling's entire person became majestic. Dragon claws, jellyfish tentacles, chaos beast, human king's flame, and lightning lock physique were all displayed. This aura is also very strong. Noticing Lin Ling's transformation, Black Flag and Zhong Shan frowned slightly. But at this time, Wangu Yanhui had already made his move. A red light flickered, splitting the sky. In the next moment, a giant claw with ferocious power slammed down on Lin Ling. 200,000 worlds worth of world force exploded. Boom! At the same time, Lin Ling also swung his dragon claws. Like 2 fierce beasts colliding, both figures were sent flying back. How is this possible? Wangu Yanhui had just stopped moving when he exclaimed in shock. The arm that he had swung out earlier felt numb. In this first clash, he actually did not gain any advantage. His body of Xianxia had been nurtured by the fearsome sea, cleansed by the chaotic qi of the emperors of the realms, and refined by countless treasures. Only then had he reached the innate divine fetus realm and was very close to becoming a grade 2 divine fetus. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the advanced stage of the martial god realm, which was higher than Lin Ling's. Higher, but still unable to suppress the other party? Although Lin Ling had many talents and had the ability to fuse them together, in Wang Yanhui's eyes, he was just an assortment of miscellaneous talents. No matter how many talents he had, they could not compare to a single talent specialization. At this time, Lin Ling also made his move. Displaying the speed of 15,000 worlds, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of Wang Yanhui in the blink of an eye. His dragon claws clenched into a fist and punched out. Although Lin Ling only had 15 worlds worth of world force, Lin Ling had already fused his 6 dantians. Adding the power of his 6 divine embryos, it naturally made up for the difference of 50,000 worlds. In fact, Huang Xiaolong was even stronger. Dazzling divine light shone, as if his radiance would shine for eternity. The two experts exchanged more than a dozen moves. Looking at their figures, it was as if two gods were clashing, causing the earth to erupt in cheers. So fierce, Zhongshan, this Lin Ling's strength is stronger than expected. Ah. That's not possible. The last time he climbed the ascending god's staircase, he barely managed to defeat the 36 city lords. With his current strength, I'm afraid he is invincible among the 36 city lords. Last time? How long was that? Don't tell me it was 100 years ago. In 100 years, his strength should have increased a long time ago. Less than 5 years. What? After exchanging a few words, even He Qi was shocked. Reaching this level of strength in less than 5 years, this Lin Ling was too monstrous. Chapter 4190. Rumble, rumble, rumble. While they were conversing, Lin Ling and Wang Yanhui had already exchanged more than 100 moves. It was as if the entire ancient Yuan mountain range had been destroyed by them. Lin Ling's strength shocked the 5 great clans. Of course, even Yu Yu and the rest were shocked, unable to understand where Lin Ling had gone, and how did his strength increase so much. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Ling had gone to the Spirit Light City, where he had undergone a complete transformation. As for Wang Yanhui, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. From the beginning, Lin Ling had been evenly matched, but now, Lin Ling was slowly suppressing him. Lin Ling, I have underestimated you, but you should be using your full strength, while I have not. After being sent flying by Lin Ling's punch, Wang Yanhui let out a roar and opened his mouth to spit out a red sword. It floated in front of Wang Yanhui as if it had a spirit of its own, lightly nodding its head at Wang Yanhui. The moment this red sword appeared, Wang Yanhui's expression turned arrogant. He looked at Lin Ling, waiting to see what Lin Ling had to say. However, not only did Lin Ling remain calm, he even crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Wang Yanhui with indifference. The meaning behind his gaze was clear. Show me what you've got, I Lin Ling will be waiting. Arrogant. With just a glance, Wang Yanhui's lungs nearly exploded from anger. He had thought that once the red sword appeared, Lin Ling would take it seriously. Spring wanes, the west wind fades, pouring the Big Dipper, filling it with the autumn wind, the slanting wind drizzles, the rain is sparse, the wind is sudden, the night rain is bleak. Wang Yanhui's cold voice sounded, and the red sword floating in front of him emitted a dazzling light. It shot out, and actually split into a large number of red swords. These red swords formed a trumpet-like sword array, and all the swords were aimed at Lin Ling, emitting a dazzling sword light. Then they enveloped Lin Ling and flew towards him. From afar, the scene was spectacular. 7 divine swords. He Qi mumbled to himself. He knew that it was a grade 6 innate divine weapon. It was capable of unleashing a tremendous amount of divine energy. There were a total of 50 divine energy. Rumble. Countless red swords shot towards Lin Ling like waves. The red sword light seemed to illuminate the entire ancient Yuan mountain range. And within the waves of swords, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately realized how extraordinary this sword was. Red sword, red sword. This was Lin Ling's first time seeing a sword of this color. Furthermore, when the red light enveloped him, Lin Ling discovered that his speed, defense, and attack were all suppressed by 10%. A very good sword. Come out. Lin Ling smiled and shouted heroically. From the sword gate behind him, the tyrannical song sword drew a beautiful trajectory and landed on Lin Ling's body. Billowing killing intent and demonic chi filled the air. Together with Lin Ling's divine embryo aura, it made Lin Ling look like a sword demon from the era of gods. How majestic! The 5 clans on the ground looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Lin Ling's long hair was dancing in the wind, and there were countless tentacles waving behind him. In addition to that, he had a mighty sword. He was truly a godlike existence. Bang! The void exploded as Lin Ling pounced forward with the sword in his hand. The sword was brilliant, and it was as if it was slashing in all directions. Lin Ling's sword could be both soft and hard. When it was soft, it was like a swift sword, and when it was hard, it was like a door plank. Right now, it was in the form of hard. Clang, clang, clang. The collision of swords was extremely ear-piercing. It was even more dazzling. The 5 races were so dazzled by the dazzling sword battle that they could not see the sky clearly. It took them a long time to get used to it. However, after they got used to it, they saw that Lin Ling had already exchanged countless moves with the countless red swords in the sky. Sword moves that seemed simple yet contained endless mysteries were clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. Originally, Wang Yanhui had been attacking, while Lin Ling had been defending. However, gradually, Lin Ling began to take the initiative to attack. This was because the sword in his hand was too ferocious. When he swung it, those red swords were also swept away by a gust of wind. In the end, the entire sky had disappeared. Only endless sword lights were flickering, as dazzling as lightning. How terrifying! The people on the ground also exclaimed. These 2 people were not only powerful trial takers, but they were also 2 exceptional swordsmen. Lin Ling's sword is also so powerful. The Yuan venerate martial god knew that Lin Ling's treasures were powerful, but he had never imagined that Lin Ling's swordsmanship would also be so terrifying. Time passed quietly. In the end, the 2 figures in the sky had already disappeared. Only endless sword lights were left. However, from time to time, thunderous sounds could be heard. Those were the ear-piercing sounds formed by the collision of swords. Once this sword is unleashed, heaven and earth will end. An old man from the gold spirit race muttered to himself. He was also holding a golden sword in his hand. However, the sword was trembling and emitting a sword cry at the moment. At the same time, a sharp sword aura emanated from his body all of a sudden. He had broken through. He had actually broken through. This old man was obviously also an expert swordsman. Thus, when he watched the clash of swords between Lin Ling and Yuan venerate martial god, he had actually comprehended something and his understanding of the sword had greatly improved. The people from the gold spirit race were also shocked. Then they all stared at the sky. They immediately knew that the clash of swords between the 2 trial takers was actually sprinkling the great Tao of the sword. Clang. At that moment, an unprecedentedly crisp sound was heard. The red swords in the sky had been swept away and cracks had appeared on one of them. How can Lin Ling be so strong? Black Flag instantly realized something. After all, he saw that Wang Yanhui couldn't suppress Lin Ling at all. Instead, Lin Ling was suppressing him. Flame mark. Right at this time, fiery runes appeared around Huang Xiaolong as Buddha flames descended. These Buddha flames were akin to the divine light behind a Buddha god, and the one who released this divine light was Wang Yanhui. When it bloomed continuously, it caused everything to calm down. Furthermore, the Buddhist flames that bloomed were so large that they enveloped the entire ancient Yuan mountain range. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He knew that Wang Yanhui had unleashed another trump card after seeing that his red sword couldn't suppress him. This was normal because Wang Yanhui's red sword had 50 strands of god force. However, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had produced 100 strands of god force. Therefore, Lin Ling was merely playing around with Wang Yanhui. Otherwise, if they were serious, Lin Ling was confident that he could break all of Wang Yanhui's swords. However, Wang Yanhui was worthy of being a trial taker. He had many tricks up his sleeves, and all of them were extremely powerful. If Lin Ling hadn't gone to the Spirit Light City and obtained the broken sword, Lin Ling admitted that he wouldn't be Wanggu Yanhui's opponent. But now, Wanggu Yanhui was at the end of his rope. Flame mark. Lin Ling noticed that the rings of Buddhist flames were innate divine embryos. However, when it came to playing with fire, among Lin Ling's many divine embryos, he had the deepest understanding of fire. Moreover, he had obtained the god fragment's essence from the god's inheritance treasure. Therefore, when it came to playing with fire, Lin Ling feared no one. In fact, he wanted to completely suppress Wanggu Yanhui. Boom boom boom. Chapter 4191. Everyone was looking at Wanggu Yanhui in the sky. After 2 hours of battle, Wanggu Yanhui's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in blood. He cut a sorry figure. In these 2 hours, Lin Ling had been beating Wanggu Yanhui up. At this point, no one thought that Wanggu Yanhui was Lin Ling's opponent anymore. Of course, this reality was hard to believe. Wanggu Yanhui was the same batch as Lin Ling. No, Wanggu Yanhui had become a trial challenger earlier than Lin Ling. It was just that Lin Ling's speed was too fast, which led to Lin Ling's higher status. Because of this, many people thought that Lin Ling was among the trial challengers. His strength was not strong. But now, Lin Ling had proven everything. Wanggu Yanhui had only lost to one person in his life, and that was Xianxia. Now, there was another Lin Ling. Go die! Right at this time, Wanggu Yanhui let out an angry roar, and a crystal head appeared in his palm. This crystal head was extremely mysterious, exuding a gentle light, but there was also a hint of evilness in this light. When this light shone, even Heiqi and the others felt a pressure pressing down on them. It was obvious that the crystal head was a rare treasure that came from the god's era. Wanggu Yanhui had only used it now. This meant that this was Wanggu Yanhui's trump card. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and pounced forward. At this moment, the tyrant Song Sword's god force erupted. Kacha! With a single slash, Wanggu Yanhui's arm was severed, and the crystal head fell to the ground. However, the crystal head was very strange. After it fell to the ground, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had a spirit of its own. Wanggu Yanhui let out a blood-curdling scream. His anger was on the verge of exploding. He had just taken out his trump card, but it was interrupted by Lin Ling before he could use it. Lin Ling had definitely concealed his true strength during the previous battle. Admit defeat. Such a scene finally caused Black Flag to shake his head helplessly. At this time, Lin Ling, who had already appeared in front of Wanggu Yanhui, clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out mercilessly. The first palm strike was red Bodhi, and the second palm strike was yellow Bodhi. When the third palm strike appeared, the blue Bodhi appeared and landed on Wanggu Yanhui's chest. A terrifying Bodhi power erupted from Wanggu Yanhui's body. A blue dragon rushed out from Wanggu Yanhui's back, sweeping across the sky and sprinkling rain onto the ground. Lan Bodhi Sin Sea Dragon King. Divine dragon claws slay demons. Wanggu Yanhui let out another blood-curdling scream. Lin Ling was expressionless. I'm giving this to you on behalf of the demon primordial forest. Boom. A golden flame appeared in his left hand. Holding the golden flame, Lin Ling ruthlessly slammed it into Wanggu Yanhui's chest. The flame of the human sovereign, great heavenly flame. I'm giving this to you on behalf of the 3 races. Boom. The golden flame landed on Wanggu Yanhui's body, causing his body to tremble. In the next second, his body was burned beyond recognition. His flame runes were no match for the human sovereign's flame. Crackle. At this time, white lightning erupted from Lin Ling's body, ferocious beyond compare. These lightning bolts swam towards Lin Ling's arm like a tidal wave. Lightning luster physique. Lin Ling enough. At the same time, Black Flag's cold voice sounded from the sky. Lin Ling had already won, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to let Wanggu Yanhui off the hook. He said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Lin Ling's actions were equivalent to provoking the participants for no reason. If Eugene found out about this, Lin Ling would definitely suffer. Therefore, when Black Flag's words fell, Zhong Shan and the others narrowed their eyes, thinking that Lin Ling would stop before going too far. I'm sorry, I really don't know what the consequences are. However, Lin Ling did not even spare Black Flag a glance. His palm was mixed with lightning bolts, and it landed heavily on Wangu Yanhui's body. The ferocious power wreaked havoc on Wangu Yanhui's body, causing him to spit out white bubbles from his mouth. "I'm sorry, I really don't know what the consequences are." The crowd was also pondering over Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Although his cultivation level was higher than Wangu Yanhui's, he did not have the qualifications to abuse Wangu Yanhui like this. "You're courting death." Black Flag's face was black with anger. He wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he did not dare to. He did not have Lin Ling's crazy spirit, attacking without regard for the consequences. He was very clear that if he attacked, Lei Gong would definitely teach him a lesson if Lei Gong found out about this. Of course, Lin Ling was the same. If Eugene knew about this, he would not let Lin Ling off the hook either. However, Lin Ling was even more daring than Black Flag and dared to attack. "Lin Ling, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them." Zhongshan couldn't stand it anymore and said, "If you continue to mess around like this, it'll be fun, but you'll be in trouble afterwards. Get lost." Lin Ling glared at Zhongshan and shouted coldly, "I want to beat up Wangu Yanhui. So what? Come and stop me if you have the ability. If you don't dare, then don't fart over there." "Bullshit." His tyrannical voice echoed endlessly in the Guyuan mountain range. "Bullshit, bullshit." Those echoes were also replaying in Zhongshan's ears. He was so angry that he wanted to explode. Lin Ling was telling him to fart less? He was too arrogant. The Yuan venerates and martial gods from the three races shuddered when they saw this scene. Lin Ling was indeed arrogant. After all, he was beating up Wangu Yanhui in front of a few trial takers. This kind of violent beating lasted for half an hour. In the end, Lin Ling released Wangu Yanhui. Although he dared to teach Wangu Yanhui a lesson, he did not dare to kill him. After all, killing a trial challenger was no small matter. "Take him back and scram." Lin Ling shouted angrily as he threw Wangu Yanhui back. Heike took Wangu Yanhui from Huang Xiaolong's hands and examined him carefully. Wangu Yanhui's current state could only be described as miserable. His face was completely unrecognizable. His skin and flesh were split open, and his body was trembling from the electric shocks. How was this still a trial challenger? He was more like a drowning dog. This made him raise his head and glare at Lin Ling fiercely. He would definitely report this matter to Eugene and make Lin Ling pay the price for his arrogance. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently when he saw Black Flag's glare. He was now a 7-star trial taker and had even prevented the great god of the spirit nation from descending. This merit was no small matter. Therefore, he reckoned that Lei Gong would definitely not blame him for beating up a trial taker. Therefore, Lin Ling raised his middle finger when he met Black Flag's glare. "If you are not convinced, go ahead and sue me." "Definitely." Black Flag nodded firmly. "Remember, I, Lin Ling, am protecting the demonic origin forest. Today is just a small lesson. If you dare come here again, I won't give you a person, but a corpse." Lin Ling threatened again. "I don't believe you." Black Flag revealed a sinister smile when he heard this. "Go ahead and try." Lin Ling also smiled. His smile contained a hint of madness. Chapter 4192. All trial takers return. However, at this moment, an aged voice suddenly resounded, and it clearly fell into everyone's ears. "All trial takers return?" Hei Qi, Zhongshan, and the others' expressions changed. This was the order of a god. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately knew that the four gods discussion had ended. Good timing. He, Lin Ling, wanted to see Lei Gong. Moreover, all the trial takers were gathered here. Lin Ling also wanted to see who the remaining 39 trial takers were. "Lin Ling, your good luck ends here. See you later." Hei Qi snorted coldly and left with Wangu Yanhui. Zhongshan, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. His previous ferocious look had suddenly changed. It was as if he had expected better from Lin Ling. He was complaining about Lin Ling's ignorance, causing him to be unable to help Lin Ling even if he wanted to. However, after this matter, Lin Ling no longer treated Zhongshan as a friend. Therefore, Lin Ling smiled and said, Brother Zhongshan, do you have something to say? Linling I don't know what to say to you. Look at you, aren't you just stirring up trouble for no reason? Zhongshan sighed. Since you don't know what to say to me, then there's no need to say anything. I'm not interested in listening. On the contrary, I know what I should say to you. Linling said with a smile. His expression was a little cold. In short, get the fuck out of here. You. Zhongshan gritted his teeth. Because of his anger, his teeth were crushed. However, he forcefully swallowed them into his stomach. Go to Lei Gong, I won't help you. He snorted angrily, flicked his sleeves and left. Despicable person. Looking at Zhongshan's back, Linling coldly snorted. Initially, Linling had a pretty good impression of Zhongshan. However, after this incident he saw Zhongshan clearly. This person was a despicable person. When Heike and the others were still around, Zhongshan had been targeting him. Now that Heike and the others had left, Zhongshan played the pity card as if everything was for Linling's sake. It was as if he was thinking about her. Did they really think that he, Linling, was a newbie? Metal Spirit Clan, Water Spirit Clan, get over here. After that, Linling looked at the Guyuan mountain range and said. In the distance, the two races rushed over in a grandiose manner. Their faces were all pale, and they did not even dare to let out a fart. After experiencing the terrifying battle between the gods, they already knew what kind of existence Linling, who used to be weak, was now. I've never had a good impression of your two clans. However, you two are still ancient clans. Thus, I'll let bygones be bygones. You two are now under my jurisdiction. Do you have any objections? Linling looked at the two races and said calmly. No objections, no objections. We can't wait. The people of the two races shouted one after another. Previously, Linling was so domineering that he even dared to beat up trial takers. If they could be protected by Linling, it would be a great blessing. They never expected that not only did Linling not blame them, but he also wanted to protect them. That's good. You and the Wood Spirit Clan, Fire Spirit Clan, and Earth Spirit Clan will jointly manage the bottom of the Kaiyuan River. Be united and don't cause any trouble. Do you understand? Linling said sternly again. Yes, yes. The people of the two races hurriedly replied. Of course, if there's an enemy that you can't deal with, just say my name and say that this is the territory of trial taker Linling. Linling said again. This sentence was directed at the 5 races. Yes, sir. The 5 races shouted in unison. What Linling hadn't expected was that after the unification of the bottom of the Kaiyuan River, the legend of Linling was still being passed down here thousands of years later. Every martialist who entered the Kaiyuan River knew that in the past, a deity had unified the Kaiyuan River and was also the totem of the 5 races. Of course, this was a story for another time. Linling finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the Yuan Venerate Martial God. The Yuan Venerate Martial God shuddered and said nervously, Linling, if you have anything to say, then say it. I'm leaving. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the Kaiyuan River. How about that? Linling said nonchalantly. Sure. The Yuan Venerate Martial God nodded immediately. Previously, Linling had beaten up Wangu Yanhui. This had undoubtedly scared the weak Yuan Venerate Martial God out of his wits. Thank you. We can be considered friends after a fight. I hope we can still be friends in the future. Linling's attitude towards the Yuan Venerate Martial God wasn't as fierce as before. Although the Yuan Venerate Martial God had wanted to teach Linling a lesson after his battle with the carefree sword martial god on the Guyuan mountain range, Linling didn't care about what had happened in the past after so many interactions. Furthermore, the Yuan Venerate Martial God was helping Linling look after this place, so Linling wouldn't give him a hard time. After all, Linling also knew that the Yuan Venerate Martial God was stronger than Linling in terms of strength. Yu, are you all going back? Linling asked Yu and the others. We'll stay here for the time being. Big Brother Ling, you have urgent matters to attend to. You should leave first. You'll offend the deity if you're late. Yu and the others looked at Linling obediently. All right, I'll look for you all when I return from the deity's side. Linling nodded. He naturally knew that it had to be an extremely urgent matter for the deity's order to reach the Kaiyuan River. Furthermore, he reckoned that this matter had to be related to the spirit nation. Therefore, after he said goodbye, he immediately left without stopping for a moment. Only the giant ghost followed him on this trip. The giant ghost sat on Lin Ling's shoulder and said, "If you meet Lei Gong, don't forget to ask him to help you resolve the matter of your dantian." Lin Ling nodded. His dantian had been implanted with a mysterious power by the spirit nation. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. It was better to resolve it as soon as possible. After leaving the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling appeared in the sky. He began to form complicated world spirit seals with his hands. After a short moment, rumbling sounds were heard. A flight of stairs extended out from the depths of the sky. It was the stairway to Godhead. Lin Ling immediately went up the stairs. As time passed, the ancient Lei Gong's grand hall above his head quietly appeared before his eyes. Staring at the ancient grand hall, Lin Ling felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that on this trip, he would definitely be able to step into the realm of the gods and search for the ultimate secret of the current 9 prefectures. This also meant that he, Lin Ling, had finally stepped into the peak of the void. Of course, Lin Ling also had a feeling that on this trip, he would meet Luli Empress. This was because this was the moment when the challengers gathered. When Lin Ling arrived at the Lei Gong's Grand Hall, he saw that the Grand Hall was densely packed with figures. Moreover, all of them were indomitable powerhouses, like heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. These people were also from the Lei Gong's Grand Hall. To the 9 prefectures, they were like deities. Just as Lin Ling walked out of the sea god stairs, many people looked over. Some immediately smiled, some remained indifferent, and some quietly flashed their eyes. Everyone had their own thoughts. However, it was obvious that they all knew the name Lin Ling. Chapter 4193. Lin Ling, come in. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Because the voice came from Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Lin Ling immediately knew that this was Lei Gong's voice. He immediately walked towards Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, it was silent. Not long after, Lin Ling came to a hall and saw an old man sitting there with a smile, as if he was a benevolent old man. But for some reason, Lin Ling felt that the old man seemed to be different from before. Lei Gong was injured? A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The god of thunder, one of the 4 gods, was one of the 4 most powerful gods in the void. How could he be injured? Could it be the spirit nation? It seemed that the spirit nation was more powerful than imagined. You've done a great service. When Lei Gong saw Lin Ling, he nodded in satisfaction. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a close friend. Originally, we didn't expect the spirit nation to be the world's will. However, the 3 of you trial takers found out the news. Furthermore, you stopped the spirit nation's great god from descending. That spirit nation's great god is the host of the world's will, and it's a yellow host. Lei Gong said calmly, if not for your interruption when the spirit nation's great god descended, I'm afraid there would be a lot of twists and turns. Yellow host. Lin Ling was shocked and asked curiously, this world's will host has different colors? That's right. Lei Gong nodded. Most of the normal hosts of the world's will are black. However, these hosts are too weak, so unless it's necessary, the world's will not choose them. Black should be the ones that I usually see. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling recalled something. He had seen many of these black hosts. Apart from black, the other colors are green, blue, yellow, red, gold, and purple. According to legend, if the purple world will's host body appears, no one can stop it, and it will be difficult to escape from the great calamity. And during the era of gods, the host body that appeared was red. Although it's the yellow world's will host that has appeared this time, it's not something we can stop. After all, the void today can't compare to the era of the gods. Moreover, this time, the 4 of us went to investigate and discovered a secret. There are many world wills, but they all seem to be hidden in a certain void. The ones left in our 9 continents are only an incomparably small portion. Although I don't know what those world wills are, they are all hidden in a certain void. Why would they hide there? However, at the very least, they were sure that if those world wills all rushed out, then no one could stop them, the void would be destroyed, no more creatures left. Lei Gong enunciated each word with a solemn expression. This made Lin Ling guess that Lei Gong's injury should be caused when he was investigating the spirit nation. They're hidden in a certain void? Soon after, Lin Ling frowned, and a large number of conjectures arose in his mind. Could it be that they're not hidden but sealed? What? Lin Ling's conjecture startled Lei Gong. Then he stared at Lin Ling and smiled bitterly. In fact, the Curishan has the same idea as you. They guessed that those world wills were sealed. Although they don't know which ancient god had this kind of ability to seal them, it's undeniable that such a huge amount of world wills is so huge. This is the real body of the world wills. It's definitely the purple world wills. Lord Lei Gong, I guess that these world wills host bodies were sealed there a long time ago. With the passage of every era, the world wills host bodies also broke through the seal again and again. This is also the reason why the world wills can't be destroyed, because only a part of it was destroyed. Now that countless years have passed, those world wills have become restless again. Lin Ling said again, "Your conjecture is very likely." Lei Gong nodded. However, there was already a world wills before the Age of Gods? And before the Age of Gods, what era was that? That should be the Age of Ancient Gods. Lin Ling guessed. If my conjecture is correct, then the battle of gods in the Age of Gods was only a small part of the world will's power. On the contrary, in the Age of Ancients, the world wills and ancient gods had a battle. In the end, both sides suffered. Alas, although both sides suffered, the world wills did not disappear. Yes, the will of the world did not disappear. If it descended into the void again, then everything would disappear. At the end, Lin Ling also secretly sighed. Because the world will's goal is to destroy the world. At that time, Lin Ling's relatives and friends will all be killed. This is obviously not what Lin Ling wants to see. Therefore, he will also do his best to stop the world wills. Currently, a yellow world will's host body has appeared. In addition to the hidden world will's host body in Jiuzhou, the future is not optimistic. Lei Gong also sighed. Currently, Lin Ling knows that there are 3 world wills host bodies. The great god of Spirit Nation, the mysterious person sealed by the Dragon Clan, and Shaolun. He just does not know what color the world wills of the Dragon Clan and Shaolun are. If it is red, then there is no need to fight. They can just wait to be destroyed. If it is purple, then there is no need to talk about it. No one can resist. No matter what, the human inheritance has been passed down for so many years. There has never been a saying of retreating without a fight. Therefore, we humans will do our best to stop the world wills. Today, we let all the trial takers return. There is only one purpose, and that is to let the gods return to their positions. Many years ago, in the broken world of gods, there are many mysterious circles. After our investigation, we found that those seem to be left behind by the gods. When martial artists are in those circles, they can improve their talent and recover a part of their strength. Yes. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said, "Someone once said that many of the martial artists today are reincarnations of the gods. Therefore, if we can find those mysterious circles, it is very likely that the gods will return, and the void of the 9 continents will reach an unprecedented peak state." Yes. Originally, this matter was not confirmed, and we 4 great gods did not want to announce it. But now, the Spirit Nation is ready to make a move. With the current strength of the 9 continents, it is impossible to resist. Therefore, we 4 great gods decided to seal the 9 continents. Yes. Seal the 9 continents? Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart thundered. He never thought that the 4 great gods would have such a method. One must know that the Spirit Nation could cultivate gods, but the 4 great gods did not have such methods. However, they were not weak either. They found the god circles left behind in the past and let the gods return to their positions. If the people who entered the god circles were not gods, then wouldn't it be a waste? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Although they can't return to their positions as gods, they can greatly improve their talent. After all, those god circles have been nurtured in the world of gods for many years. They already have supreme divine power. Lei Gong shook his head and said, I just don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Yes. Chapter 4194. At that time, many people's strength would increase crazily. Without the tempering process, they would be like a tall building without a foundation, collapsing at any time. However, there were not many choices left for them. Then what is the spirit nation's goal? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Shaolun, as well as the worlds will sealed in the Dragon Clan, and even the other worlds will hosts. Because the spirit nation's great god wants to devour them and use them to increase his own level, I guess that this spirit nation's great god is the great god of destruction from the era of gods. Lei Gong said word by word. Most importantly, we only know of 2 hosts of the world's will. The whereabouts of the others are unknown. I'm afraid that a few hosts have been devoured by the spirit nation's great god. If the spirit nation's great god increases his level and reaches the gold level, he will be sealed. Those world's wills in the void will all be freed and controlled by him. He will also become the ultimate form, the purple world's will. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally understood why the 4 great gods wanted the 9 continents to become gods. With the current strength of the 9 continents, it was impossible to fight against the spirit nation. Therefore, they needed to increase the strength of all warriors, especially the trial takers and the divine generals below the gods. Lin Ling, in reality, the 4 great gods are not leaders. We are a kind of inheritors, people who pass down the flames of war from the era of gods. Back then, the 4 great gods were no longer leaders. It was the gods above us who fought against the world's will. We can't display any abilities. The only thing we can do is to protect this country and let the next generation grow up. And you are the one I think the most highly of. In the future, you will definitely be able to lead the humans to defeat the world's will. At the end, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He did not want to be such a hero. He only wanted to be a free and unfettered hero, not a king. A chivalrous hero can only save one person, but an emperor can save the world. However, Lin Ling did not promise anything. Instead, he changed the topic and said, for now, other than protecting Shaolun and the Dragon Clan's host bodies, we still need to find other hosts to control those world wills. If that happens, the great god of Spirit Kingdom will not be able to get what he wants. That's right, the 4 gods are also trying their best to find the remaining hosts, but the Curishan found records of hosts in the 8 gods' celestial palace. When the time comes, it's inevitable that we'll have to pay a visit to the 8 gods' celestial palace. However, for now, we should focus on the investiture of the 9 continents. Lei Gong said indifferently. Then he stood up, his robe fluttering. He looked at Lin Ling expectantly and said, You have the body of my close friend, Lei. All this time, I have not given you any guidance. I originally wanted to pass it on to you after the mission, but now, it's time. I will pass on to your close friend, Lei's true body of Lei. This divine ability is ranked 3rd in the lightning control technique in the Age of Gods. Moreover, I will also suppress my lifetime's understanding of the lightning element into this technique. When you have some understanding of the technique, my understanding of the lightning element will help you. Lin Ling receive. My inheritance. The god of thunder let out a loud roar, and his entire body was filled with lightning. Rumble. The entire palace shook, causing the expressions of the people outside to change drastically. They did not know what was happening. However, Lei Gong had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the palace, so they could only let their imaginations run wild. Crackle. Endless lightning wrapped around Lin Ling, like tentacles pulling Lin Ling up, causing Lin Ling's body to float in the air. Lightning wreaked havoc all over his body. Lei's true body is stronger than my lightning element divine fetus. However, the current you has yet to unleash its full power. Boom! Lei Gong's old voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling felt like his body was about to split apart, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, he had been practicing martial arts all his life and had already experienced countless painful scenes. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Good perseverance. Lei Gong let out a hearty laugh. He poured all the lightning into Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's dantian, the dantian of Lei Zhi's true body was torn apart by a violent force. Then, a large amount of things were forcefully stuffed into it. These were all Lei Gong's lifetime understanding of the lightning element and Lei Zhi's true body. Time passed quietly. Crackle, crackle. Behind Lin Ling, a pair of wings formed by white thunderbolts rushed out as if they were tearing through Lin Ling's shoulders. This pair of wings was 5 meters long and formed by thunderbolts. When it was gently flapped, it could easily cut through the void. Lin Ling abruptly opened his eyes and let out a roar. From his mouth, a large amount of white lightning spewed out. A large amount of ancient voices floated in his mind. First level of Lei Zhi's true body, swift thunder and swift wind. It increased the power of the lightning god by 100 streaks and increased the speed of 10,000 worlds. This meant that if the current Lin Ling fused his innate talent with Lei Zhi's true body, his speed could reach 25,000 worlds. Most importantly, Lin Ling's true body of Lei Zhi had also greatly improved, reaching the level of a third-grade lesser divine fetus. Voila! Lei Gong also let go of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to comprehend. He knew that this inheritance was very domineering. It could allow a martial artist to quickly comprehend the lightning element, but because it was domineering, ordinary people couldn't withstand it. If Lin Ling didn't have the true body of Lei Zhi, he wouldn't have been able to devour these comprehensions. It was also because of this that Lei Gong had waited for so many years and encountered countless lightning element innate talents, but he still wasn't moved. Voila! In the air, Lin Ling's wings moved slightly. Every time they moved, white lightning would wreak havoc in all directions. In his mind, lightning element comprehensions appeared from nowhere, filling his mind and soul. Almost at the same time, a clear spring floated out and landed at Lin Ling's feet. Then, it turned into a sparkling mist and covered Lin Ling's body. Rumble! 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 Lin Ling's body resounded. This was because Lin Ling had successfully stepped into the 7th level martial god realm. Moreover, when the clear spring gradually dried up, Lin Ling's 6 dantians had all reached the perfect realm. Obviously, with the help of the lightning element comprehensions, Lin Ling had naturally broken through. This brat actually got his hands on the divine spring. He used a divine spring to break through. The amount of energy needed to break through is really huge. No wonder he can fight against people who are at a higher level than him. Now that he is in the martial god realm, I'm afraid he is invincible except for the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. As long as they're in the martial god realm, 90% of them are no match for him. Lei Gong praised and slowly walked back to his seat. At this moment, he was very tired, like an old man who was staggering. Chapter 4195. After a long while, Lin Ling slowly floated down and the wings behind him disappeared. His face was full of shock. The real body of the Thunder Lock was indeed powerful. He had only cultivated the 1st level and had already produced 100 strands of the power of God. In addition to his tyrannical song sword and his own power of God, Lin Ling had a total of 260 strands of the power of God. What a pity, I wasted a holy spring. Lin Ling said regretfully. This was because he had prepared the holy spring for his 7th dantian. Thank you, Lord Lei Gong. After sensing for a while, Lin Ling looked at Lei Gong and bowed gratefully. Seeing this, Lei Gong waved his hand and smiled. Oh right, Lord Lei Gong, last time at the spiritual light city. Lin Ling then told him about the mysterious power that Lord Ning had left in his body. What? Hearing this, Lei Gong's expression changed. He then immediately checked on Lin Ling's behalf. However, he quickly frowned and said, I can't sense it. It seems that this power is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. If even Lei Gong couldn't sense it, this meant that the power was hidden very deeply. This was because although Lin Ling couldn't sense it, his intuition told him that the power was scattered in his 6 dantians. Now that Lei Gong couldn't do anything, He could only rely on himself. This power is no small matter. Linling, I have to discuss this with the Curishan. When you return from the investiture of the gods, I will give you an answer. Lei Gong was obviously more nervous about the mysterious power in Linling's dantian. This was because if that power exploded, Linling would become a citizen of the spirit nation. This was naturally not something he wanted to see. This was because he had already treated Linling as his only successor. Therefore, he had to get rid of that power even if he had to risk his life. Don't worry, I won't die for the time being. Linling saw the worried look on Lei Gong's face and said, Don't worry. After all, although this power was terrifying, it wouldn't awaken so quickly. If the 9 dantians of the Chaos Divine skill were to be born, Linling's intuition told him that any power would be destroyed by the 9 dantians. Next, leave with the rest of us. Someone will bring you to the realm of the gods. Seeing that Linling wasn't worried about his gains and losses, Lei Gong smiled and said with satisfaction, Thank you, Lord Lei Gong. Linling bowed to the thunder god again, then turned and left. He had completed the mission. Originally, he could have received several mission rewards, but now he was too embarrassed to mention it. This was especially true for the Luai's true body. Although Linling had only cultivated to the 1st level, the 2nd level would be born on its own once he reached that level. He didn't need to think about it. At this moment, everyone was waiting outside the palace. When they saw Linling come out, they all had complicated expressions. Although they didn't know why Lei Gong was looking for Linling, they still felt that Lei Gong valued Linling very much. Linling is here. Let's go. At this moment, one of the elders looked at Linling with a smile, then said to the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhongshan's face was ashen. Originally, he wanted to see Lei Gong today, but Lei Gong refused to see anyone. Therefore, he could only ask the elder for help and complain about Linling. But who knew that the elder would say to Zhongshan, Serves you right. This undoubtedly made Zhongshan gnash his teeth in anger. However, he thickened his skin and asked. Only then did he know that Linling was indeed a 7-star trial taker. His status was even higher than Zhongshan's, which made him feel aggrieved and angry. Of course, other than him, the other trial takers also had strange looks in their eyes. 7-star trial taker. Sister Zhen was incomparably jealous. 7-star. Shengyi's eyes were also shining. He was an 8-star trial taker, and Linling was a latecomer. However, he was about to catch up with him in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, he sensed that although Linling's level was lower than his, Lei Gong seemed to value Linling more. It could be said that Linling was now Lei Gong's favorite. Linling followed the elder and looked behind him. He realized that many people were stronger than Linling. As for the trial takers, only a few of them were familiar to Linling. The rest were unfamiliar faces. However, according to Linling's assessment, these trial challengers were not weak. Among them, his strength should only be above average. Of course, in terms of cultivation level, Linling was the weakest among them. There are only 9 of them? Suddenly, Linling's eyes flashed. He realized that one trial taker was missing. I'm here. Right at this moment, a young and tender voice sounded from afar. After that, a boy around the age of 10 who wore a long robe walked over indifferently with his hands behind his back. He looked young, but his aura was not to be trifled with. This was because his cultivation level had surpassed the martial god realm. When they saw the boy, their expressions changed slightly. The trial takers, in particular, twitched their eyes. They seemed to be afraid of the boy. Could this be the number 1 trial taker under Lei Gong? Linling secretly gasped as he stared at the mature boy. Are you going to the divine realm now? Hurry up then. After the boy arrived, he glanced at the crowd with contempt and spoke in a young voice. However, his voice also carried a domineering aura. Yes, Lord Qilin, the old man who led the way said with a smile. When he saw Linling's confusion, he immediately sent a telepathic message. This is the number 1 trial taker. His name is Qilin. His strength is unfathomable. I heard that he has the bloodline of the Qilin King bloodline and is the Qilin King himself. Although he looks young, In fact, he has lived for 9,999 years and witnessed the fall of the gods. TSK. Lin Ling took a deep breath when he heard that. This kid is too abnormal. No wonder everyone looked at him with fear. Lin Ling guessed that this boy should be the only 9-star trial taker. With the addition of Qilin, the crowd, who had been chatting cheerfully before, became much less talkative. It was as if they were afraid of being targeted. "Hey, Aguda, where's the blood fruit you promised me last time?" At that moment, the young voice suddenly sounded. The boy was still strolling in the void, but he turned his head to look. A trial taker who was at the peak of the martial god realm trembled and immediately said with a smile, "This blood fruit is a little hard to find." "Is that so?" The boy's expression did not change, but he disappeared in an instant and appeared next to the trial taker. He twisted the trial taker's ear and said, "So, you stood me up? Do you know how to write the word death?" "Little ancestor, spare my life, spare my life. I have the blood fruit, I have it. The trial taker immediately became obedient. He took out a blood-red fruit and handed it to the boy. Chapter 4196. Xingyi, are you not convinced? Of course, as he walked forward, he said, "The bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai. We haven't fought in a long time." Xingyi was ranked second among the challengers and had always been dignified. However, at this moment he smiled awkwardly. "Let's wait until after the investiture of the gods ends." It was obvious that he was also very wary of that boy. "Coward!" The boy immediately cursed, but Xingyi didn't refute him. Lin Ling's heart sank when he saw this scene. How was this a child? This was a little tyrant. Shaking his head, Lin Ling chose to ignore that boy. He would try not to provoke him. "You must be Lin Ling." However, the boy's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "This is the first time we've met. Don't you think you should give me a greeting gift?" As soon as he said this, the eyes of the challengers lit up. They secretly rejoiced in his misfortune. This was because all of them had suffered a lot at the hands of that boy. Now, Lin Ling, the newcomer, was finally being targeted. I think he'll be made very difficult for him. Lin Ling's life has always been smooth sailing. I really want to see him in trouble. The trial takers secretly whispered to each other, licking their lips in excitement. Although they were very polite to Lin Ling on the surface, it would be a lie to say that they weren't jealous that Lin Ling, a newcomer, was able to meet Lei Gong alone time after time. "I don't know what you want as a greeting gift." Lin Ling secretly cursed his bad luck. However, what was to come was already here. Therefore, he could only face it calmly. "Let me think." The boy stroked his chin and actually started to think. However, his thoughtful look made the challengers even more expectant. This was because they knew that the more the young Qilin thought, the more difficult it would be. Even Xingyi revealed a rare smile. He also wanted to see what the young Qilin would ask Lin Ling for. "Forget it, I'll ask you again next time." However, just as everyone was looking forward to it, the young Qilin suddenly shook its head and walked towards Lin Ling as if they were close friends. It smiled and said to Lin Ling, "We're friends. Friends shouldn't ask friends for things." Looking at him, one moment he was mature, and the next moment he was like a child. It was impossible to see through him. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised, but he still took out a bottle of wine with a smile. "Since that's the case, then I'll gift you a bottle of wine." Wine? I haven't drunk any wine either. You're my friend." The young Qilin smiled and raised its arm, patting Lin Ling's shoulder. That action was like that of a veteran. That's it. The people behind all opened their mouths wide and let out cries of disbelief. Because Lin Ling's treatment was too good. Moreover, it was only the first time they met. That little tyrant who always made things difficult for others treated Lin Ling as a friend. This, young Qilin, why? Zhongshan was undoubtedly the most dissatisfied. Because when he first became a trial challenger, he was toyed with for 100 years. Later on, the young Qilin told him that it was tired of playing with him, so it let Zhongshan go. Now, it was also Lin Ling's first time meeting the young Qilin. Why was the young Qilin so easy to talk to? Because he looks more decent than all of you. The young Qilin drank the wine and said honestly, This. Such an explanation naturally made the crowd unhappy. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think that Lin Ling was any more decent than them. What? Are you unhappy? I like to treat Lin Ling as a friend. Go ahead and flatter me. Seeing that the crowd was gnashing their teeth, the young Qilin pouted. That look made the crowd angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only secretly feel depressed. In fact, no one knew that the reason the young Qilin didn't make things difficult for Lin Ling was not because Lin Ling looked decent, but because Lei Gong had warned it. That was all. Although this small episode made many people depressed, many people were secretly looking forward to the upcoming investiture of the gods in the 9 states. And this journey went on for an unknown period of time. Lin Ling felt as if he had reached the other side of the void. Finally, a large number of people began to appear in front of him. Looking carefully, they were all strong people. They seemed to be people from the Curation. Many trial takers immediately looked in Lin Ling's direction. When they saw Lin Ling, a few of them even waved to greet him. Among them were Sister Zuhua Little South, and the 2 trial takers who had helped Lin Ling at the Kaiyuan River. Speaking of which, although Lin Ling was one of Lei Gong's people, the time he spent in Lei Gong's hall was short. Instead, he spent a few years with the Curation. Therefore, he was more familiar with the trial takers from the Curation side. Moreover, the trial takers from the Curation side had a unique style. All of them pretended to be farmers, which gave people a very friendly feeling. Lin Ling, Little South and the others all waved, and Lin Ling also smiled and greeted them. His eyes swept around, trying to find Xiaoluan, but this time, he didn't see Xiaoluan's figure. This Lin Ling is quite popular. The trial takers from the Curation side all seem to have a good relationship with him. Seeing the group opposite them greet him politely, Zhong Shan and the others were secretly jealous, especially Sister Zhen. She was in an extremely bad mood. When she saw Lin Ling, she felt her teeth itch. Auntie! After the experts from both sides met up, Lin Ling bowed to an old woman from the Curation side. This old woman was probably the leader of this group, but back when they were in the Curation side, she had a very good relationship with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling remembered correctly, this auntie raised chickens. God often wanted to stew chickens, but he was always scolded by this auntie. When Lin Ling was about to leave, the auntie killed a chicken to send Lin Ling off, which made the Curation laugh for the entire day. Lin Ling, long time no see. The old woman also looked at Lin Ling with a smile on her face, and the few of them started chatting with each other. Not long after, 2 groups of people came from afar. The experts on the left were all wearing armor, and their auras were extraordinary. Looking at them, it seemed like they were from the Titanic Crescent God. The other group was undoubtedly from Eugene. Lin Ling was familiar with one of them, Luli Empress. This was Lin Ling's second time seeing Luli Empress since he took his revenge. At this moment, Luli Empress was accompanied by a middle-aged man. She was wearing a long empress robe and a phoenix crown. Her hands were behind her back, and her aura was extremely strong, as if she was the ruler of the void. Of course, when she swept her gaze, it finally landed on Lin Ling. Their gazes seemed to have transcended countless years to meet in the current era. Moreover, the blood in their bodies seemed to be boiling at this moment. This was because they seemed to want to completely settle the grudges and hatred that had existed for thousands of generations. Of course, Lin Ling was calm and held back in the end. This was because he knew that he was no match for Luli Empress. After all, Luli Empress was one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 states, and her strength was ranked second. She was much stronger than Lin Ling. Chapter 4197. Although the 2 of them did not speak, they were familiar with each other and knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. Therefore, seeing that Lin Ling had restrained his killing intent, Luli Empress snorted coldly in her heart. Previously, she had wanted Lin Ling to lose his mind and attack her. At that time, she could have used the opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was too calm. Just like Li Xiaoyao, he had ruined her wishful thinking. Moreover, although she had not been in contact with Lin Ling, she knew that Lin Ling was growing at a crazy speed. Even she was frightened by the speed of his growth. Of course, Besides her, He Qi and Wangu Yanhui, who were not far behind her, were also glaring at Lin Ling furiously. Not long ago, they had reported Lin Ling's matter to Eugene. They had wanted to use Eugene's name to deal a fatal blow to Lin Ling. However, Eugene had said that Lin Ling was not to be touched. They had even said that it was Lin Ling who had disrupted Ling Country's plan and exposed Ling Country's identity in Spirit Light City. Therefore, he was now a hero. Whoever dared to touch him would be provoking the four great gods. With this order, He Qi and Wangu Yanhui gritted their teeth in anger. For the time being, they did not dare to act rashly. Everyone is here. Everyone. At this time, someone said in a low voice. With this voice, all the experts of the four great gods gathered together. A terrifying aura quietly spread out and swept through the entire void. Lin Ling, who was in the middle of it, naturally felt the terrifying aura. He was secretly surprised. Experts were indeed as common as clouds. Among this group of people, his strength could only be considered average. Then, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the group. This group of experts represented the pinnacle of the 9 prefectures. Their appearances and auras were all unique. Someone carried a huge ancient book on his back and stood with his hands behind his back. Someone was standing on top of a golden jade like a javelin. Some of them looked up into the sky and seemed to be pondering about something. In this group of experts, Lin Ling seemed a little ordinary. Other than a few people, no one paid attention to him. Your gods will give you a map that will lead you to the God Ring. Take the map and enter the God world. While everyone was waiting, an aged voice suddenly rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading figures of the four gods also handed over bamboo slips to everyone. Lin Ling also obtained a bamboo slip. The surface of this bamboo slip was very ordinary, but after Lin Ling poured his spirit energy into it, the bamboo slip immediately emitted a gentle light, and a complicated map appeared within it. It could be seen that the bamboo scroll recorded everyone's aura. Different auras were instilled into it, and the map was also different. On the map, there was a dot of light that was the most dazzling. Clearly, that was the divine circle. Immediately, Lin Ling put away the bamboo scroll. The others were the same. They all had mysterious expressions on their faces. It could be seen that each of them went to a different divine circle. They did not want others to know their secrets. Let's go then. Under the lead of an unknown expert, the experts moved forward majestically. Everyone was very strong, so their speed was also incomparably fast. You are all the strongest experts in the 9 prefectures, and also the first batch of people to enter the 9 prefectures. Next, there will be other experts from the 9 prefectures entering the God world one after another. However, don't think that the God world is safe because there are no more gods. I can tell you that the God world is incomparably dangerous. There are many forbidden lands, and the power left behind after the War of the Gods has not dissipated. If you encounter them, you will have a 90% chance of survival. Also, the Spirit Nation also has a way to enter the God world. Therefore, if the Spirit Nation knows of our plan, they will definitely come to interrupt us. A voice came from the front, warning them. Hearing this, many people nodded their heads. Now, they had a general understanding of the Spirit Nation. Therefore, even if they were to die, they would not join the Spirit Nation. After a long time, a huge heavenly gate appeared in front of them. This gate was grand and had a radius of 1,000 miles. Its entire body was made of unknown rocks. The 5-meter-thick gate pillars were full of battle scars. There were sword scars, fist scars, and so on. It could be seen that it was during the War of the Gods. This heavenly gate had been implicated many times. Boom! Someone stared at one of the fist scars. Suddenly, his body was filled with a powerful divine power. He had actually used those ancient scars to break through to the divine power. Many people's eyes flashed as they looked at that person with slight envy. Sure enough, those who could appear here were not weak. They had actually broken through with the help of the ancient fist scars. Their perception was too monstrous. Of course, the fist scars were also very extraordinary. After so many years, they still had an indescribable divine power. Then, many people looked inside the gate. They saw that inside the ancient gate, There was a huge gray vortex. Endless electric snakes flowed along the vortex, looking extremely violent. This was the southern heavenly gate of the God realm. Through this gate you can reach the God realm. An old man's voice floated out. However, the power of the gray vortex is very strong. You have to resist it with all your strength before you can enter. Swoosh, swoosh. Next, the strongest few people took the lead and shot into the gray vortex. Their figures immediately disappeared. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and shot into the vortex. Lin Ling also fused his talents and the 6 divine fetuses appeared. This was because his intuition told him that the gray vortex was definitely not to be underestimated. Of course, other than him, those who came here for the first time also used their full strength. Rumble. This caused a ferocious aura to surge out in front of the ancient heavenly gate. If this power was placed in the 9 states, it would definitely cause the 9 states to tremble. However, compared to the divine power of the past, this power was undoubtedly like a cup of water. The ancient heavenly gate did not even budge. Swish. Following the crowd, Lin Ling shot into the gray vortex. Just as he was about to enter, he sensed several hostile gazes, the most intense of which was Luli Empress. After entering, let's see who can increase their strength more. Lin Ling also heard Luli Empress's cold voice. Let's wait and see. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth twitched slightly as he nodded indifferently. Currently, there was a huge gap between him and Luli Empress, but this gap was constantly shrinking. Therefore, Luli Empress was also pressured. Obviously, she wanted to use the investiture of the gods of the 9 states to widen the gap again. When the time came, she would find a chance to kill Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he naturally wanted to reduce this gap. Rumble. 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 The tyrannical vortex seemed to want to tear Lin Ling to shreds. This also caused Lin Ling to be unable to see the hostile gazes directed at him and who they were. Chapter 4198. Kill. Ancient battle cries could be heard vaguely. The vortex seemed to have recorded the sounds of the battle of gods. Chi-chi-chi. Lin Ling's blood gushed out continuously, but the blood turned into nothingness under the gray energy. The gray vortex was indeed terrifying. Luai's true form. Lin Ling had already unleashed his full strength, but it was still difficult to resist, so he activated the Luai's true form. In the endless gray vortex, a pair of white wings appeared. It was incomparably dazzling, like a small boat in the vast ocean. However, this small boat carried a terrifying speed as it shot out along with the waves. The speed of 25,000 world speed burst out. Rumble. The burst of speed, coupled with the deafening sound all around, made Lin Ling feel that the sound in his ears was like an explosion. Boom. Finally, a different explosion rang out. Then his eyes lit up, and all the pressure disappeared. However, just as the pressure disappeared, an indescribable gravity attacked and smashed Lin Ling down. Ha! Lin Ling roared and flapped the wings behind him. Only then did he stop the pressure. With a sweep of his soul power, he found that the pressure came from the void around him. It seemed to be the pressure of gods. However, the spiritual energy here was extremely dense. No, it could be called the spiritual energy of gods. It was because of the spiritual energy of gods that Lin Ling felt such a huge pressure. You're back. At this time, a sigh sounded from Lin Ling's shoulder. The giant ghost floated up and looked into the distance with nostalgia. This caused Lin Ling to also look into the distance. This place was similar to the void, but in the endless void, there were fragments of continents floating there. Some of the continents were very majestic, while others were like small islands. They floated in the starry sky like bright comets. And within it, an incomparably ancient aura also quietly floated over. Lin Ling could even see the remains of palaces and buildings on a nearby continent fragment. That place seemed to have once been incomparably prosperous. The giant ghost must have lived here before. Then, Lin Ling looked at the excited giant ghost. After getting used to it, he put away the Luai's true form and fused with his talent. However, the moment he put it away, Lin Ling's body still sank slightly. His body was no longer as light and convenient as before. My physical strength is increasing. Lin Ling sensed it and discovered that during the process of adaptation, his body was also undergoing a transformation. He had long since stopped wearing the dragon god armor because he had fought too many battles in the past few days. He often needed to be at his peak, so it was very inconvenient to wear the dragon god armor. However, after coming to the divine realm, Lin Ling discovered that the pressure here could also produce the same effect as the dragon god armor. After that, Lin Ling did not interrupt the giant ghost. Instead, he continued to adapt to the divine pressure. He also recalled the danger when he passed through the gray vortex earlier and secretly felt lucky. If even he was in such a state, then the gods who were weaker than him would inevitably end up injured. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and became more familiar with the surroundings. At this time, the giant ghost also floated over and said with a hint of nostalgia, "Master used to live here for a very, very long time." "What do you remember?" Lin Ling was shocked. The giant ghost nodded. "In fact, the giant ghost of Xianxia and I are the same consciousness of my master. My master cultivated the last stage of the supreme ego-forgetting divine technique and wanted to cut off all 7 emotions and 6 desires. That's why we were separated." Obviously, it had recalled many things. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he had guessed what the giant ghost said, he did not expect that the former 8 gods were separated by the giant ghost because they cultivated the supreme ego-forgetting divine technique. This meant that the giant ghost was actually a consciousness, an emotion. However, now that this consciousness had gradually matured, it had its own thoughts. If the supreme ego-forgetting divine technique is cultivated successfully, it will be comparable to the will of the world. My master's original plan was to use his will to destroy the will of the world, the giant ghost said faintly. However, the 8 gods failed. Lin Ling guessed. The giant ghost nodded. "I wonder how my master is now." "Lin Ling, promise me that you will take me to the 8 gods' celestial palace once, okay?" "Okay." Lin Ling agreed. Lei Gong also asked him to go to the 8 gods' celestial palace. Coupled with the giant ghost's matter, Lin Ling had to go to the 8 gods' celestial palace. Moreover, in his previous life, he also had an obsession, and that was to reach the final stage of the 8 gods' celestial palace. Last time, Xianxia's giant ghost seemed to want to devour the 8 gods, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked. "Yes, that's no longer a giant ghost, but an evil ghost. It's an evil consciousness of the 8 gods. Moreover, it knows more than me, so I have to stop it from devouring my master." The giant ghost said. "When the time comes, I'll help you." Lin Ling nodded. "Thank you." The giant ghost couldn't help but look at Lin Ling and thank him. Now, he didn't seem to have any ferocious aura. Instead, he seemed more human. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked into the distance. Then, he took out the bamboo scroll. "This is my god ring. It seems that there are many god rings in the god realm, and Lei Gong specially arranged one for me. I've never seen this god ring before. After all, it didn't exist in the past. However, I'm guessing that it was left behind after the gods fell. Since it can restore a warrior's divine embryo, Lin Ling, you definitely can't miss it." The giant ghost nodded. Lin Ling flew forward with the giant ghost. Not long after, they arrived at a fragment of the continent that was more than 100 meters in size. There were ruins on top of it, and a stone tablet that had been cut in half sat there. The words Lingshao Hall were engraved on top of it. This stone tablet should have drifted here after the great war between the gods. The giant ghost said immediately. Lin Ling looked around and didn't find any valuable treasures, so he left immediately. Bush. An ancient wind blew around, giving off a feeling of loneliness and desolation. Moving forward like this, Lin Ling passed by a large number of fragments of the continent. However, he didn't see anyone. Instead, he saw many traces of battle. For example, there was a huge crater the size of a fist on top of a huge continent in the distance. This crater had a radius of 10,000 miles. It was as if a god had smashed down with his fist during the era of the gods, causing a huge explosion. I'm afraid the divine realm was destroyed during the Great War of the Gods. Lin Ling said in shock. As he moved forward, a continent that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in front of him. Moreover, there was a huge stone door on the ground near Lin Ling. It lay there quietly as if it had been abandoned by time. Chapter 4199. How many heavenly gates are there in the divine world? Lin Ling asked curiously. The giant ghost nodded. There are 4 heavenly gates. The one we entered was the southern heavenly gate. Who would have thought that the northern heavenly gate would be smashed into the divine world? And it seems to have been completely destroyed. From what you said, other than the northern heavenly gate, there are 2 other gates. What if the spirit nation entered from the other 2 gates? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked solemnly. There is such a possibility. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to find the God Ring as soon as possible and return you to your position. When your strength increases, you won't have to be so afraid anymore. The giant ghost turned to look at Lin Ling with anticipation in its eyes. If the God Ring could really return gods to their positions, what kind of god was Lin Ling in the past? After following Lin Ling for so long, the giant ghost had long guessed that Lin Ling must have been a god in his past life, but it didn't know what level of god he was. Was it a high god or a mid-god? Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. While Lin Ling and the giant ghost were staring at the stone door, a cold chuckle was suddenly heard. Soon after, a few figures shot over from afar. With a few rumbles, they smashed onto the ground, causing dust to fly as those people slowly walked towards Lin Ling. The person in the lead was actually Zhongshan, and beside him was Wangu Yanhui and several old men who looked quite strong. I didn't expect to meet you here. After seeing Lin Ling, Zhongshan and Wangu Yanhui couldn't hold back their laughter, rubbing their palms together with anticipation. In the 9 prefectures, they really didn't dare to touch Lin Ling. But in the divine world, as far as they knew, even gods couldn't set their eyes on this place. Therefore, if they touched Lin Ling, no one would know. They never thought that they would be so lucky to run into Lin Ling the moment they entered the divine world. Lin Ling looked at them and replied calmly, "That's right." He had already noticed that these people were not as strong as him, and some of them were injured. Obviously, they were injured when they passed through the gray vortex. "This is all you want to say to us?" Lin Ling's simple words made the excited Zhongshan and the others very unhappy. They thought that Lin Ling would be shocked or even panicked. Who knew that it was just an "oh"? "Oh," Lin Ling said again. "Bastard." Zhongshan and Wangu Yanhui were furious. "Lin Ling, let me tell you, today I, Zhongshan, will represent Palace Hall Lei Gong to teach you a lesson." Zhongshan gritted his teeth and unleashed his full strength. His godly aura rolled out and shook the hearts of the people. His talent was terrifying. He was a divine tree fetus and was at the innate realm. A gray piece of wood immediately appeared in his hand. It looked ordinary, and its surface was even a little rough, but it contained the might of the great Tao. "This is my divine tree fetus, a divine fetus that can sweep away everything." Zhongshan gripped the wooden piece of wood in his hand and grinned. Then he swung it at Lin Ling. Wangu Yanhui became excited seeing this. He had lost to Lin Ling last time, so he knew that Lin Ling was much stronger than him. However, Zhongshan was stronger than him. He was a 6-star trial taker, and his strength had surpassed the 9 prefectures' vicious 10 leader. Most importantly, Zhongshan's attacks did not seem strong, but his divine fetus was very strange. It specialized in countering divine fetus physiques. Unless Lin Ling's divine fetus grade was higher than Zhongshan's, his divine fetus would not be able to display its power. It could be said that Zhongshan was the nemesis of gods. Moreover, Zhongshan's divine fetus grade was still low. If it reached mid-level god realm, it would be a nightmare. "Oh." However, Lin Ling's reply was still the same. Everyone was enraged, especially Zhongshan. He held the wooden piece of wood, but he did not swing it down immediately. This was because he had waited for so long not just for an "oh" from Lin Ling. "Die." Then he swung his wooden piece at Lin Ling. It seemed like an ordinary movement, but it carried the rhythm of the great Tao. The divine wind swept over with a sealing power. Lin Ling could feel that his 6 divine fetus were drowsy, and it was difficult to activate them. This divine tree was similar to Mini Kunlun. It had the power to seal talents. However, Lin Ling's divine fetus was not the only thing that was powerful. Clang! The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. 100 rays of divine energy appeared and mixed with the energy of his 6 stanchions and his physical body, slashing out. He was now a 7th-level martial god. With the fusion of his 6 stanchions, even if he did not use his divine fetus, his boundary essence was extremely terrifying. Bang! With a loud explosion, Zhong Shan's divine tree was sent flying by the slash. His divine fetus was not weak, or it would have been cut in half. Zhong Shan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. Wangu Yanhui was dumbfounded for a long time before he recalled that Lin Ling's god force had already reached 100 strands. The last time they fought, Lin Ling had not displayed his god force. It was only when he had used his trump card that Lin Ling had severed his hand with a single slash. The power of that slash was equivalent to 100 strands of god force. Divine energy. However, he had been knocked unconscious, so he only remembered it now. Lin Ling. Zhong Shan struggled to get up from the ground, but he still let out a ferocious voice. Zhong Shan, I'll spare your life for Lei Gong's sake. If you dare to come again, don't blame me for killing the trial takers. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and walked past them, heading into the distance. Lin Ling, I won't let you go. After suffering such a great loss, Zhong Shan naturally felt that he could not put his face down. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Of course, he did not expect Lin Ling to defeat his divine tree without using his divine fetus. Awesome, awesome, awesome. As for the divine sacred knights behind Wangu Yanhui, each of them said nervously. They did not expect Lin Ling, a new trial taker, to be more powerful than Zhong Shan. Not long ago, Zhong Shan had said that he had brought Lin Ling to Lei Gong's main hall. When they met, Lin Ling was like a little brother. At this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the distance again. It was the same, oh. This sentence was undoubtedly filled with disdain. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Zhong Shan spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. At this time, Lin Ling was walking along the ancient continent, looking at the map from time to time. Then he would change his direction. After a few rounds, the sound of a river appeared in Lin Ling's ears. However, when he looked at the horizon, there was no river. It's an underground river. At this time, the giant ghost guessed, this is a branch of the heavenly river. I didn't expect it to be underground. Chapter 4200. The sound of the water is very loud. The heavenly river is not far away. The giant ghost nodded. Lin Ling put away the map and was about to go forward to investigate. Lin Ling? At this moment, a surprised voice came from the front. Then, a light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, it was Little South. Of course, it was the girl who was with Long Yang in Spirit Light City. Ha, it's really you, Lin Ling. After Little South saw Lin Ling clearly, she could not help but laugh excitedly. Why are you here too? Lin Ling was undoubtedly very surprised. Of course, I'm looking for the divine circle. My divine circle is nearby. Alright, you're here too. Could it be that your divine circle is also here? Ha, that's great. We're going the same way. Little South pondered for a moment. Then she suddenly thought of something and laughed even louder. Sister Tuwa, Brother Ox, Lin Ling is here. Then she shouted behind her. Boom, boom, boom. 2 explosions sounded from below the ground. The soil rolled and 2 figures rushed out, turning into flashes of light. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Lin Ling. One of them was Tsuehua. Back when they were in the Curishan, she was very familiar with Lin Ling. She had accompanied Lin Ling to fish. As for the one called Brother Ox, although Lin Ling was not familiar with him, they had met many times. Lin Ling knew that he was a cattle herder in the Curishan. In general, they had a good relationship with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're here too. It seems that your divine circle must be near the heavenly Yin River. Suehua was still wearing the farmer's clothes and said with a smile, "Divine circles can be together?" Lin Ling was not familiar with divine circles, so he asked suspiciously. Of course, some divine circles are easy to find and are not dangerous. Moreover, they are more mature and can stimulate the power of talent more. Some divine circles are still growing and have weaker effects on warriors. Suehua nodded. Brother Ox, who was beside her, smiled at Lin Ling with a kind look. He said, "Generally speaking, only the confidants of the gods can get good divine circles. Lin Ling, you must have a good relationship with Lei Gong." "It's okay." Lin Ling finally understood. This meant that the divine circles they were searching for did not conflict with each other. They could move forward together. He hurriedly asked, "Have you found any divine circles?" "Found it. The entrance is there." Cui Hua pointed, only to see a flight of stairs winding down amidst the ruins in front of them. However, after following the entrance for about 3 incense sticks worth of time, there was a mysterious seal there. We had to use all our strength to open it. However, that seal was very strange. It was like a bubble. After it was opened, it would quickly shrink. Furthermore, we discovered that there were people who had entered before us. Then we found it, Suehua said. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little surprised and said, "Someone else entered before us?" This made Lin Ling ponder. Those who could find the God's circle were all the confidants of the gods. This meant that those who entered earlier than them were most likely the confidants of the other gods. However, divine circles were shared, so there would not be any conflicts between them. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said quickly, "Then let's open it as soon as possible." But Suehua and the others wanted to lead the way, but at this moment, a deafening roar came from ahead. The earth shook and dust spread. "Hey, someone is coming." The one called Brother Bull was curious. "Something is wrong. Brother Lin Ling, do you feel it?" On the other hand, Little South felt it and her expression changed. Lin Ling also felt it. He frowned and looked at Little South. The two of them said at the same time, "It's the power of the Spirit Nation." In Spirit Light City, he had done missions with Little South. Naturally, he was very familiar with the power of the Spirit Nation. The Spirit Nation is here too. Suehua immediately felt that things were getting troublesome. However, Lin Ling immediately said, "You guys go and open the seal. I will stop them." But Suehua was worried. "Once you open the seal, inform me immediately. We will rush into the Tianyin River together." Lin Ling did not say anything else. The tyrant's song sword appeared in his hand and he immediately rushed forward. "Let's go and open the seal." Suehua and Brother Bull looked at each other and rushed to the entrance of the ruins without hesitation. Lin Ling jumped up and floated in the air. He suddenly realized that on the ground in the distance, there were more than 10 white divine elephants that were hundreds of meters tall. They were galloping toward them. The divine elephants were mighty and radiated divine light. "That's Lin Ling." All of a sudden, someone on the divine elephant let out a cry of surprise. "Lin Ling? You've met Lin Ling? Catch him." More voices floated out. It was as if Lin Ling's name was extremely famous in the Spirit Nation. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression did not change. He rushed down and glided on the ground. The tyrant's song sword in his hand slashed out fiercely and landed heavily on the leg of one of the divine elephants. However, the sword that was suppressed with 100 strands of divine power could not cut off the leg of the divine elephant. However, the divine elephant also let out a painful cry. Although the sword did not cut off its leg, it was still in great pain. Then, the divine elephant raised its foot high, wanting to stomp the ant under its foot into meat paste. However, Lin Ling's speed was incomparably fast. When the huge foot landed, he had already floated into the distance. Boom! When the foot landed, the ground instantly cracked and the entire continent seemed to tremble. "Lin Ling, more and more divine elephants are coming." At this time, the giant ghost also said to Lin Ling's goal was to stall for time, so he immediately fused his talents. As a result, His speed, attack, and defense all greatly increased. While Lin Ling was fusing his talents, the divine elephants were rushing over from all directions. Upon closer inspection, the divine elephants had already formed a huge meat wall, encircling Lin Ling in the middle and constantly shrinking. Lin Ling, I'll give you a chance. Surrender and we won't touch you. There were many people on the divine elephants. A man in white armor stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently, "If you're stubborn, don't blame us for killing you. Let me tell you, the dragon spirit of our spirit nation hates you to the core." As he spoke, Lin Ling, who was surrounded by a large number of divine elephants, also moved. Erupting with 15,000 world speed, he instantly appeared in front of a powerhouse in white armor and stabbed out with his sword. This sword not only contained a terrifying physical strength, but also the power of 100 strands of divine power. Clang. However, when the sword landed on the powerhouse in white armor, there was a crisp sound and the latter only took a step back. So hard. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he immediately retreated. Chapter 4201. The leader said, "I am the case spirit of the spirit nation. To fall into my hands means that your luck is not good. Now you have 10 breaths of time to consider. If you do not surrender, we will kill you." "Can I break it?" However, Lin Ling did not answer him. Instead, he shook his head. "You can't break it. This array has connected the spirit nation's divine elephants and all the experts. No matter how strong you are, your sword cannot kill all of the spirit nation's divine elephants." K's spirit nodded confidently. He wanted to crush Lin Ling's confidence from the bottom of his heart and force Lin Ling to join the spirit nation. However, just as he finished speaking, an afterimage appeared. Sword light flashed, and on one of the divine elephants, one of the experts spat out blood from his neck and then fell from the divine elephant. Bang! When the sound drifted out, the surroundings were silent. This was because K's spirit had just said that Lin Ling could not break their defense. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling had killed one of them. How is this possible? On the ground, Lin Ling's body appeared, holding his sword at a slanted angle. He said indifferently, "I can see that your armors have a mysterious power, connecting with the power of the divine elephant, making your defense extremely strong. However, the strong part is only the armors. The connection between the armors is still weak." Bang! The joint between the armors had always been very difficult to defend. Although many people knew about it, it was very difficult to hit that part. Moreover, ordinary people who were surrounded by such divine elephants would never think of such a weak point. For a moment, the experts on the divine elephants narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling is indeed extraordinary. After a moment of silence, K's spirit finally said in a dignified voice. "Then," he said coldly, "it seems that you are not willing to join the spirit nation. Then, don't blame us for being impolite. Kill him. Remember, guard the place where the armor connects. Don't let Lin Ling take advantage of it." Countless divine elephants stomped their heavy footsteps toward Lin Ling in a mighty manner. "Lin Ling die." Their voices sounded in unison. Although Lin Ling had found their weakness, he might not be able to attack that weakness in the midst of a chaotic battle. "Really?" Lin Ling also replied indifferently. With the arrival of the divine elephant, the space for him to dodge became even smaller. Looking up, it was as if an endless mountain was trying to drown them. Luai's true form. Without hiding his strength, Lin Ling heard a tearing sound from behind him. Behind those jellyfish tentacles, a pair of white lightning wings grew crazily. Just as the wings grew out, the expert on the divine elephant threw out a large number of spears. Heavenly God's spear. These spears didn't have any divine power, nor did they have any realm essence. They were the purest form of energy, but they were produced by borrowing the divine elephant's power. Bang bang bang. Countless spears landed at the center, directly breaking through the ground, forming billowing clouds of dust that spread out. "Is he dead?" On the divine elephant, spears appeared in the hands of the experts again. They raised the spears and pointed them at the ground. However, a vortex suddenly appeared in the dust. It was a vortex formed by dust. Then, lightning flashed, and Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of one of the powerhouses. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down fiercely. At a closer look, the huge sword had all kinds of terrifying power, murderous intent, demonic energy, and even lightning. The Spirit Nation expert wasn't weak either. He also swung the divine spear in his hand. Unfortunately, it didn't have any effect. Because with Lin Ling's current strength, even if he didn't have the power of the 9 states' top 10 martial gods, he was already halfway there. The sword in both hands slashed down heavily. Not only did it break the divine spear, but it also directly slashed the expert. A large number of runes floated out from his body, and then his armor exploded. The 100-meter-tall divine elephant he was sitting on also let out a painful cry, and then it fell down like a mountain. What? Everyone stared at this terrifying scene, and their eyes trembled. Because Lin Ling could actually break the armor. This meant that Lin Ling's sword could kill a divine elephant. One had to know that these divine elephants were no ordinary species. They were Buddha elephants under the veil of the Buddha god. They possessed boundless strength, and even during the era of the gods, they had a great reputation. Could it be that his divine power has reached 200 strands? Not long ago in Spiritual Light City, he wasn't so powerful. Dragon Spirit Xianxia said that Lin Ling is only a little stronger than him. Even Dragon Spirit Xianxia can't break this divine elephant god-locking array. Don't talk nonsense, kill. Voices rang out. Then, the divine elephants raised their legs high, wanting to stomp Lin Ling into dust. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. On his wings, white lightning violently shot out, forming a 100-meter-long electric snake. These electric snakes had the power to paralyze, and it actually reduced the speed of any attack near Lin Ling. Rumble. As those elephant legs heavily smashed down, Lin Ling disappeared again. Red Bodhi, yellow Bodhi, blue Bodhi. A voice rang out. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of an elite. His left hand continuously slapped out, and the divine power of Bodhi poured out like a river. Bang bang bang. The elites on the divine elephants were all forced back a few steps. At this moment, a sword slashed down. Gotcha. Then, spears broke, armor cracked, and those elites were killed with a single slash. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Their divine armors were broken, and the divine elephants they were sitting on also fell down. The sound was like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Kill. Seeing this, even more elites threw out divine spears. Those divine spears shot towards Lin Ling like shooting stars. As long as he was hit, even if Lin Ling didn't die, his battle prowess would be affected. Shio. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current speed was more than 25,000 realms. His wings looked huge, but they drew beautiful trajectories, dodging those spears. Another sword slashed out, and it cut through the armor of a few people. Retreat. Such a straightforward scene finally caused the expression of the leader, K Ling, to change. She knew that she couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling could break through armor. And that wasn't all. Lin Ling's speed was even faster than they could catch. If this continued, even more divine elephants would fall. Rumble. A large number of divine elephants started to retreat, and Lin Ling floated in the sky. He didn't chase, because his goal was to enter the heavenly Yin River. Lin Ling, you killed me, Wuhen. Today, hand over your life. It was unknown whether it was because the battle here was too intense that it attracted the attention of some people, so there was immediately a voice filled with killing intent. In the distant void, a huge sun rose up, and mixed with ferocious power, it quickly smashed towards Lin Ling. This power was incomparably terrifying, and the divine power was beyond imagination. Lin Ling knew that this wasn't something he could withstand. Chapter 4202. Swoosh. With a flap of his wings, Lin Ling dashed to the left side. His speed was also pushed to the limit. After all, the fate wheel was too huge. If he could not avoid it, Lin Ling would definitely die here. What a fast speed! In the distant void, a cry of surprise could be heard. He actually avoided the fate wheel of heaven. This Linling is really lucky. Then, another voice could be heard, which was filled with deep shock. Rumble. The all-heaven fate will finally smash down. Its radiance was so bright that it shook the entire continent. A terrifying force soared into the sky and turned into a giant mushroom cloud. However, in front of the terrifying mushroom cloud, a figure flapped his wings and held a sword diagonally. His expression was still terrifyingly calm, like an ancient well without ripples. And he was Linling. Linling. Those powerhouses who came from afar stared at the man who was as cold as ice, and their hearts jumped again. Among them, a middle-aged man looked extremely cold, and his eyes looked like they were about to devour someone. He was the martial god of the Duan lineage, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Linling, did you kill Wuhan? The martial god of the Duan lineage's eyes flashed with a strange light as he shouted coldly. Obviously, he did not expect Linling to avoid his fate wheel. Moreover, judging from the power displayed by Linling, the current Linling was stronger than he had imagined. This strength was comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. This made him feel like he was dreaming. When he first met Linling, it was in the Starry Sky Forest, the forbidden area of the 9 prefectures. There was a god's treasure there, and the Duan family had gone there for the treasure. However, at that time, Linling stopped them, causing the Duan family to suffer many casualties and even return empty-handed. At that time, he remembered the name Linling. However, in the days that followed, Linling rose up like crazy, constantly defeating the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan. Now, he had become a major threat. Of course, Linling's background was also incomparably terrifying. If it was not necessary, he also did not want to provoke Linling. The wings behind Linling fluttered, allowing him to float in the sky. He also looked at the Duan lineage martial god indifferently, surprised that the latter could appear here. Sure enough, other than the 4 great gods, the others also had a way to enter this place. They should have entered from other heavenly gates. Duan lineage martial god, why do you still have any thoughts of being lucky? You should also know that Duan Wuhan was indeed killed by me. Linling spoke coldly. He knew that the Duan lineage martial god actually didn't want to offend him. Otherwise, with the Duan lineage martial god's character, the Duan lineage martial god would have made a move a long time ago. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Duan lineage martial god didn't want to provoke Lei Gong, but now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to provoke him. This was because the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family couldn't die for no reason. You should also know that I have already spared Linling several times, but he has repeatedly provoked me. Does he really think that I, Linling, don't dare to kill him? Linling said again. No matter what, if you want to kill Duan Wuhan, then you must pay with your life. Kill him. The Duan lineage martial god's killing intent surged, and his powerful divine embryo and boundary essence also erupted. This was also an expert who was half a step into the ranks of gods. Moreover, his divine power was endless, like a surging river. Kill! The experts beside the Duan lineage martial god also took the initiative to attack. These people didn't seem to be from the Duan family, but they listened to the orders of the Duan lineage martial god. Fool! Linling sneered. With a flap of his wings, he charged forward with lightning. In his left hand, golden flames formed a rolling vortex, and then he threw it out. Great heavenly flames. Linling, you are about to die, and you still dare to call us fools? The one who is fools is you. A pair of wings appeared behind one of the experts. They were ice wings, and his speed reached 15,000 world speeds. In his opinion, Linling actually didn't run after encountering the Duan lineage martial god. If he wasn't a fool, then what was? Rumble. At this moment, the great heavenly flames flooded over, and the rolling golden flames caused the expert's expression to change. Ice seal. He roared angrily, and frost energy gushed out from his body. It was bone-chilling cold, and he froze himself into an ice sculpture. As the human monarch's flames flooded over, it actually continuously assimilated the ice sculpture. Great heavenly sacrificial sacred ice. Sensing this, cold sweat broke out on the expert's forehead. Lin Ling's human monarch's flames were too overbearing. He immediately formed a complicated seal with both hands, strengthening the ice seal. Clang, clang, clang. Outside his body, streaks of divine power poured out, spraying out frost, and causing the ice sculpture to become even harder. Help me! At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice because he knew that this kind of resistance wouldn't last for long. Red Bodhi, yellow Bodhi, blue Bodhi. But at that moment, a faintly discernible voice passed through the ice and entered his ears. His pupils constricted as he looked forward through the ice. The first thing he saw was a pair of huge thunder wings. A man was violently slamming his palms against the ice around him. His last palm strike was filled with blue light and ferocious divine light. Power! Kacha! That palm actually passed through the ice and landed heavily on that person's chest. Rumble! The ice around that person instantly shattered, and ice shards shot out in all directions. That person's body was like ash, quietly turning into fine powder. I said you were a fool, but you didn't believe me. If the Duan lineage martial god really wanted to kill me, he could have done it himself. Why would he use you as cannon fodder? He wanted to see if you could kill me. If he succeeded, then the crime of killing me would fall on your heads. When that person turned into fine powder, Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out, causing that person to suddenly understand before he died. The Duan lineage martial god had long known that Lin Ling was the murderer, but he still had to ask. This meant that he was very afraid of Lin Ling. However, the Duan lineage martial god had to kill Lin Ling, so he wanted to borrow their hands to kill Lin Ling. It would be best if he could succeed, but if he couldn't, the Duan lineage martial god would do it himself. Crash! As the powder dispersed, that person completely disappeared from the sky. Lin Ling died. As soon as he died, a death god's scythe came slashing at him from behind. The power of divinity within it was also incomparably powerful. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. His greatsword did not even look behind him as it slashed backward, easily blocking the death god's scythe. Then he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared behind the expert who had ambushed him. A Bodhi light appeared in his palm as he ruthlessly slapped down. What speed! The person who had ambushed him maintained the posture of his scythe slashing down, but the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Rumble! Lin Ling's palm landed and directly destroyed that person. However, after the Bodhi light bloomed, the destroyed person's body began to elongate and become illusory. It was an afterimage. You're too slow. Looking at the top of Lin Ling's head, a sinister man strangely appeared. He held a scythe with both hands and slashed down fiercely with divine power. Chapter 4203. Swoosh. The black sickle carried an aura of death as if it had come from the underworld. It was extremely cold and gloomy as it directly cut Lin Ling in half. That person was a little excited and a smile appeared in his eyes. He had killed Lin Ling? You're too slow. However, before this joy disappeared, Lin Ling appeared behind him. Lin Ling, who had been cut in half, was also an afterimage. It was as if he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Swoosh. Lin Ling slashed with his sword. He wanted to see how this person was going to dodge it. The sword of killing intent was mixed with thunder as it swept out with a force that could wipe out 1,000 troops. It directly cut the person and his saber into pieces. This time, it was obvious that he could not react in time. He could not be any more dead. So powerful. His strength has already surpassed the 9 provinces' 10 great leaders. Those who were still pouncing towards Lin Ling stopped abruptly. This was because they did not know Lin Ling's true strength from the beginning. They also did not know that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in Spiritual Light City. Now that they saw how ferocious Lin Ling was, they were instantly afraid. We've underestimated him. Those powerhouses did not dare to move anymore. That's why you're so stupid. Lin Ling's face was calm. There was no joy or arrogance on his face. It was as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. Looks like we'll be cannon fodder. Those powerhouses were obviously not idiots. After pondering for a while, they immediately understood. Previously, they had thought that they could kill Lin Ling and obtain the reward of the Duan lineage martial god. However, Now it seemed that if they tried to kill Lin Ling, they would only be killed instead. Even if they succeeded, they would have to face the wrath of Lei Gong. However, the Duan lineage martial god could take revenge and come out unscathed. Therefore, they were not stupid. Since they could not kill Lin Ling, they did not plan to be cannon fodder anymore. Lin Ling, you're stronger than I thought. At this moment, the Duan lineage martial god also spoke. He indeed had such a wishful thinking, but it was useless now because these experts simply couldn't kill Lin Ling. I'll fight you. The Duan lineage martial god could only take action himself. Bang! Suddenly, the ground under his feet exploded. 2 fate wheels appeared under his feet and spun crazily. With a terrifying speed, he arrived in front of Lin Ling in an instant. An unstoppable palm mixed with ferocious divine power slammed towards Lin Ling. So fast! Lin Ling's expression changed. He had long known that the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were very strong. Now that he had personally experienced it, he was able to realize where this strength came from. This was also Lin Ling's first time encountering a battle between the 9 prefectures' 10 martial gods. Moreover, the Duan lineage martial god was ranked quite high among the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Gripping the sword with both hands, Lin Ling mobilized all of his strength and slashed out. Rumble! When the 2 sides collided, a terrifying storm appeared in midair. Then, a huge shock wave erupted, sprinkling down endless light like pieces of snow. This intense battle also attracted the attention of the experts in the distance. Their eyes were somewhat solemn. What a powerful battle! Both sides were top experts. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure flew backward. He looked a little embarrassed. However, after his white wings flapped slightly, he immediately flew into the distance in a beautiful arc. And he was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's mouth was also bleeding. Apparently, he was injured. After facing the Duan lineage martial god head-on, he immediately knew that his strength was no match for the Duan lineage martial god. The Duan lineage martial god was powerful because of his divine power. Moreover, it had reached a limit that exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. However, just as he steadied himself, a dazzling light shot over from afar. Moreover, it was constantly expanding and emitted a deafening sonic boom. This was the fate wheels of the heavens. The speed was too fast. It exceeded Lin Ling's 25,000 realm power. Break! Break! Lin Ling's breath was not smooth, but he immediately mobilized all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Chi-chi-chi! The fate wheels of the heavens resisted Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword and immediately spewed out the power of a sea urchin. It roared like endless thunder snakes, causing the sky to tremble 3 times. Ha! Ha! Lin Ling also fully activated his physical strength. Originally, it was 150,000 realm power. Now, it had reached 160,000 realm power. His physical strength had also reached the peak. The price was that all the treasures that Lin Ling had devoured over the years had finally been used up. One had to know that Lin Ling had already devoured countless treasures since he started cultivating. And these powers were hidden in his body. 99% of them had been refined, and 10% of them were scattered all over Lin Ling's body. It was more difficult to refine. Moreover, Lin Ling did not have the time to care about that little bit of cultivation resources. Now, under the immense pressure, the remnant energy of those treasures had also been completely refined. After the increase in strength, the fate wheels of the heavens were pressed down a little. If I hadn't exchanged the God's Stone for the God's Spring, I would have had the God's Stone with me. Now, I can refine the God's Stone and increase my divine power. Also, I haven't refined the essence of the God's Fragment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive now. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Ling's mind flashed through several thoughts. This was because he had not refined the essence of the God's Fragment after reaching level 6 of the Martial God Realm. Moreover, when he reached level 7 of the Martial God Realm not long ago, he had not activated the God's Inheritance Treasure. Break! Of course, although this was what he thought, Lin Ling did not panic. He activated his strength to the peak. Finally, The tyrannical song sword pressed down on the fate wheels of the heavens like a huge pillar. The huge fate wheels of the heavens were changed direction by Lin Ling and smashed towards the ground fiercely. Boom! The ground shook and the ancient god's relic was completely destroyed. A strong gust of wind swept along the horizon like 10,000 galloping horses. Wherever it passed, the ancient stone pillars and broken walls were all blown away. They tumbled in the distant sky like straw. I'm only using 70% of my strength and you're having such difficulty blocking it. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape today even if you have wings. In the distance, the martial god of Duan lineage floated there and said coldly. However, he was secretly shocked in his heart because according to his estimation, he should have been able to kill Lin Ling with a single move. But he never expected that Lin Ling's ability would be so great that he would still be able to block it. He was really tenacious. He stared at Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's serious expression, but he realized that from the beginning to the end, Lin Ling was incomparably calm. Although he was injured, his expression did not change. Although he was no match for him, his aura was not weak. This appearance also made the martial god of Duan lineage sigh secretly. No wonder the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan, could not compare to Lin Ling. With such a fearless appearance, Lin Ling was several times stronger than Duan Wuhan. Unfortunately, if not for the Duan family's blood feud, he would not have wanted to completely fall out with Lin Ling today. It's almost time. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke slowly. Then, he put away the tyrannical song sword and a black token appeared in his hand. Chapter 4204. The bronze gate appeared behind Lin Ling and slowly opened. A wisp of nether chi floated out. Then, in the endless darkness, the netherworld armor appeared and spoke in an unknown voice. It was like a nether curse. Rumble. Then, the netherworld army rushed out majestically. The legendary netherworld massacre order? When the martial god saw the terrifying gate of the netherworld, his eyes trembled fiercely. He had naturally heard of this legendary order that had reached an agreement with the nether god. However, in his impression, no one in the current JoJo could reach an agreement with the nether god and borrow troops from the netherworld. Even the 4 great gods couldn't do it. Retreat. The martial god didn't have time to be surprised and ran wildly into the distance. Because he also knew how terrifying these netherworld soldiers were. In the ancient records, netherworld soldiers were simply nightmarish existences that were not afraid of any attacks. The majestic netherworld soldiers were like marching ants. They rushed forward crazily from the sky and the earth. Moreover, they let out some unknown cries that made one's scalp tingle. This was also the first time that netherworld soldiers had moved unhindered in the divine world after the era of gods. I wasted a netherworld massacre order. If I encounter the 10 great gods of JoJo again, it will be dangerous. Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen such a scene, he was still shocked in his heart. Moreover, he sighed inwardly because this life-saving trump card was wasted just like that. Fortunately, he had broken through and could open the divine inheritance treasure once more. Otherwise, it would be dangerous later. As for whether the martial god was alive or dead, this wasn't something Lin Ling could consider. He also didn't have the time to chase after him to check. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was looking into the distance, suddenly, a shout of surprise sounded from behind him. A large number of divine elephants galloped over from behind. On the fastest divine elephant, Lin Ling saw a familiar person. It was Xianxia. It was clear that after Lin Ling had repelled the divine elephant array, they had encountered Xianxia as they were leaving, and Xianxia had immediately rushed over after learning that Lin Ling was here. Xianxia stood majestically on the divine elephant, and on his shoulder, the evil ghost let out a roar. Giant ghost, I'm here. Dong dong dong. Xianxia led countless divine elephants and galloped over, making him look like a divine general. Let's see where you can run to this time. Xiaxia's eyes were filled with a surging fighting spirit. Last time, he had lost to Lin Ling, and this time, he wanted to wash away the humiliation. Moreover, he could see that Lin Ling seemed to be heavily injured, so this was his chance. You really came at the right time. Lin Ling floated in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were also filled with surging battle intent. Although he did not expect that the divine elephant would turn around and look for him, since someone had come, he would just face it. Moreover, although he was injured, he was still not afraid of fighting Xianxia. Because this battle not only represented him and Xianxia, but also the battle between the giant ghost and the evil ghost. Moreover, Lin Ling still had to wait for news from Sister Tsuhua and the others. Lin Ling, let's go first. The seal has been opened. But at this moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out. It was Niu Gu. This sudden change made Xianxia and the others frown. Why did someone suddenly come out? Lin Ling, there's no time to lose. If you miss this, the seal will shrink. After Brother Anyo rushed out, his entire body's essence erupted, and a huge green bull appeared behind him. This green bull's body was covered with mysterious heavenly talismans, and it let out a bull cry. Its voice was as deep as thunder. Gallop. He was in midair and then he punched out. Boom. With his fist as the center, a power that was the fusion of divine energy and world energy turned into a sound wave that blasted out with destructive force. Wherever his fist passed, the ground would be overturned, and a huge ditch would appear. When the wind from his fist reached the divine elephants, the endless divine elephants seemed to be blocked by countless hands, unable to move forward even an inch. In fact, the divine elephants even raised their forelimbs and let out a series of rumbling sounds. Niu Gu, you're so powerful. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, and then laughed loudly. Xianxia, let's fight again next time. See you again. After saying this, he immediately followed Niu Gu and shot to the ground, disappearing without a trace. Rumble. The green ox's punch was still sweeping through the divine elephant herd, and it took an incense stick's worth of time before the power dissipated. The divine elephant herd stood there like a wall of flesh, and they did not dare to move forward. Instead, a huge pit appeared in front of the divine elephant, created by the punch, and the air above the pit was swaying non-stop. What powerful strength! It's the Cultivation trial taker. On the divine elephant, Xianxia was once a trial taker, so he naturally knew who the person who punched was. As for the evil spirit beside Xianxia, it was shouting angrily because it originally wanted to devour the giant ghost, but it was unwilling to let the giant ghost disappear before its eyes. It's too late, they've already left. However, Xianxia shook his head. With Anyo here, it's hard for us to kill Lin Ling. As far as I know, that ugly Anyo is ranked second among the Cultivation trial takers. Damn it. Hearing this, the evil spirit cursed angrily. From the looks of it, it was not the giant ghost that followed Xianxia, but more like its master. Moreover, Lin Ling is not weak either. His current strength is half a step into the ranks of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces. Xianxia said again. He quietly clenched his fist, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. This was because he felt that the current Lin Ling's strength had increased by at least 30% compared to when he was in Spiritual Light City. Xianxia was still not a match for him. Previously, he was fighting the Duan Vein martial god. If he died, then everything would be over. If he didn't die, then things would be a little troublesome. Xianxia, what do you mean? Because if an expert at Lin Ling's level is able to overcome the great calamity of life and death, then the benefits that come next will not be simple. This is also the reason why many geniuses want to fight above their level. It's because they're looking for the feeling of approaching life and death. This can stimulate their potential. Damn it, we're too late and let Lin Ling escape. Otherwise, if we join forces with the Duan Vein martial god, we'll definitely kill Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, the divine elephant also left in a grandiose manner. This was because they had other important things to do here. When they met Lin Ling earlier, Xianxia just wanted to get rid of Lin Ling while he was at it. At this moment, in the underground ruins, Lin Ling and Niu Gu flew down the stairs. They're gone. Chapter 4205. That might not be the case. Because it's also possible that the gods opened other doors and allowed the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces to enter. Niu Gu guessed. Lin Ling somewhat agreed with this guess. In short, the divine realm was currently in chaos with all sorts of people. Everyone was searching for their own fortune in an attempt to become a god. Lin Ling, hurry up. At this moment, Suewa's voice sounded out from the pitch-black staircase, causing Lin Ling and the others to speed up. After that, they saw a multicolored seal in front of the staircase. At this moment, Suehua and Little South were resisting with their dimensional essence to prevent the membrane from shrinking. Hurry up and enter. When they saw Lin Ling, the two of them shouted at the same time. Lin Ling didn't act pretentiously and immediately shot past Suehua and the others. Nyogu did the same. Sush. After the two of them passed by, Suehua and Little South retreated as well. As soon as they disappeared, the multicolored and mysterious membrane shrank once more like a bubble. Although they could see the scene on the other side, it was difficult for them to leave. We're finally in. Suehua and the others couldn't help but wipe their sweat, while Little South looked at Lin Ling and said, "What happened outside? Why does it feel like the sky is falling and the earth is splitting apart? You seem to be injured." "I encountered the Duan lineage martial god." Lin Ling smiled and nodded, "But my injuries aren't serious, and I'll be able to recover soon. The Duan lineage martial god is here as well." Little South was shocked when she heard this. Nyogu immediately explained the situation, and his words caused the expressions of Suehua and the others to change. Never had they imagined that Lin Ling would actually be able to block so many experts by himself. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, it would be impossible for them to undo the seal. "Lin Ling, we don't know what dangers await us on the road ahead. Why don't you recover first?" Suehua saw that Lin Ling's face was pale and his clothes were stained with blood, so she hurriedly said. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then immediately nodded. Because the divine circle was shared, it didn't matter whether they went early or late. On the contrary, if they went with heavy injuries, it would be troublesome if they encountered experts. Now, Lin Ling knew that among the group of experts who had entered the god realm, his strength was merely in the middle. Immediately, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. In order to speed up time, he reluctantly took out the holy spring to recover. After all, apart from the sapphire spiritual flower, Lin Ling had very few treasures that could help him. Although there were many other treasures, they were not of great help to the martial god realm. Placing the divine spring in front of him, wisps of mist floated out and wrapped around Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's entire body to shine with boundless light. Holy spring! Little South and the others glanced around and smiled. Then, they once again looked around vigilantly. Lin Ling was obviously very assured of their safety, so he recovered without hesitation. Thinking of the intense battle just now, he also took out all the essence of the god's fragments and refined them on the spot. If it was in the past, he obviously wouldn't have enough foundation to refine them. However, after the desperate battle just now, he was like a sponge that had been sucked dry and could absorb even more martial comprehension. The essence of the god's fragments was of the fire attribute, which caused a wave of flames to spread out, and the temperature of the pitch-black stairs also increased by a lot. Around Lin Ling's body, the human Emperor Dharma idol appeared. It was majestic without being angry, and it was like a burning flame. The human Emperor's flame's cultivation level was also increasing crazily. After an unknown period of time, the flames around Lin Ling's body began to separate, like wisps of willow, the wisps floating in the air. If the great heavenly flame from before was a large-scale killing technique, now the great heavenly flame had separated. As for Lin Ling's mind, he was also constantly practicing. After using the great heavenly flame many times, he was also looking for the great heavenly flame's weakness and strength. The strength was that it was domineering and had a strong assimilation power. The weakness was that when using this move, it wasted too much energy. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to divide it and not waste any energy to attack the enemy. 3,000 great heavenly flames. A voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. This was also his comprehension of his self-created mystique to a new level. Rumble. More and more golden flames floated around Lin Ling, causing Suehua and the others to feel a wave of pressure. Lin Ling's human emperor's heavenly flame has reached the top 100. Suehua laughed. With her strength, She could naturally sense the increase in Lin Ling's strength. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. A wisp of golden flames flashed in his eyes. Then, the flames around him receded and disappeared into his body. My strength has increased by at least 20%. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After using all the god's essence fragments, the great heavenly flame's power of divinity had reached the top 100, which was the same as the Luai's true form. In addition to the Tyrant Song Sword, Lin Ling's power of divinity had reached 300. I'll open the god's legacy treasure next time. After that, Lin Ling looked at Sui Hua and the others. He knew that he had made them wait for a long time, so he was too embarrassed to continue cultivating. Sorry for making you wait. Lin Ling immediately walked over. It's okay. We've only waited for a while. Brother Lin Ling, aren't you going to continue cultivating? Xiao Nen immediately said with a smile. No need. Let's go look for the god's circle. Lin Ling waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, Niu Gu suddenly rushed down from the top of the stairs and said anxiously, We have to leave now. There are many experts coming up here. Poor they. Sui Hua immediately frowned when she heard that. I can't find out. However, they are not weak. I don't know if they are friends or foes. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better for us to leave now. Niu Gu said. But everyone immediately nodded. Everyone knew that the realm of the gods was chaotic. No matter how strong they would not dare to be careless here. There's the sound of water over there. We're almost there. Xiao Nen investigated for a bit, then immediately led the way. While they were moving toward the Tianyin River, a large number of experts appeared on the ground. When they saw the mess on the ground, their faces were incomparably cold. There was a big battle not long ago. A man in heavy armor said indifferently. Yes, and the battle was very intense. It was at the level of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. However, what's surprising is that not many people died. No more than 3 people. Zhongshan said before that Lin Ling is coming in this direction. So if we see him, kill him without mercy. This is what Luli Empress said. Got it. However, I think that Lin Ling has already left. After all, there's no trace of his aura around here. Luli Empress also said that if we see Lin Ling, kill him. If we don't see him, then we'll do our own things. Let's continue our journey. Rumble. The man in heavy armor rode a huge golden-armored rhinoceros as he looked at the sky and galloped away. Chapter 4206. However, they did not notice that under the chaotic ruins, there was a pitch-black staircase extending into the depths. Because the staircase was blocked by a mysterious power, they could not detect the auras of Lin Ling and the others. Even Niu Gu, who roughly knew that someone was coming, could not detect this. The aura of an expert. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Ling and the others followed the sound of the water. At first, the staircase could only allow 3 people to walk side by side, but it gradually became wider. When they reached the end, they saw a vast river at the end of the staircase. The river water surged, and the impact was incomparably fierce. Rumble. Standing by the river, the sound was even more deafening. Lin Ling kicked out a stone under his feet, making the stone shoot out like a meteor. It could easily kill an ordinary martial god realm expert. However, when it passed over the river, it was hit by the river and directly turned into powder. What a strong impact. Without the divine embryo body, any martial god realm expert would die here. Lin Ling said in shock. Let me try. Swish. A huge bow and arrow appeared in Little South's hand, and then she shot it. The sound of a phoenix rang out. The arrow turned into a cyan phoenix and flew over the river. This arrow was undoubtedly much more powerful. Even though it was hit by the river water, it was safe and sound, and then it disappeared into the distance. Looking at Little South again, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, an eye opened on her forehead and kept flashing. Seeing this, Lin Ling was secretly surprised. From the previous arrow, it could be seen that Little South's strength was much more powerful than last time. How is it? Swish. After a while, Sui Hua and the others looked at Little South and asked. The river is very wide. and there seems to be danger hidden in it. When the arrow passed over, I sensed several auras. They were all very powerful. Most importantly, my arrow still did not reach the other side of the river. Swish. Little South closed the eye on her forehead and then said with a frown. So wide. Swish. Upon hearing this, Sui Hua and the others frowned. Because according to their map, the divine circle was on the other side of the river. Now, not only was the heavenly Yin River very wide, it was even filled with an unknown aura. So, it was very dangerous to rashly cross the river. Why don't we follow the river and see if there is any place we can cross? Lin Ling immediately suggested. His words made everyone nod in agreement. In a place like the divine realm, all logic would be broken. No matter how strong they were in the 9 prefectures, they were like ants in front of the gods of the past. Therefore, they had to be careful. At once, they walked along the river. However, after walking for a long time, they still didn't see any bridges. Finally, Lin Ling stopped and said, "Let's go through here. This place seems to be a bit narrower than before." Good. Sui Hua and the others also agreed. After all, they didn't know when they would reach the end of this path. Lin Ling looked behind him. There was a bamboo forest there. With a thought, an evil ghost jellyfish floated out. Then, it came over with a few thick bamboos in its mouth. Lin Ling also placed the bamboos on the river surface. We don't know how wide this river is, so let's step on the bamboos to cross the river. After all, if we fly, it will waste realm essence. If we meet a strong enemy, sometimes a little realm essence can save our lives. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Sui Hua and the others laughed. Nyoga laughed and said, "Lin Ling, you are still the best. It seems that you have wandered more outside than us." Upon hearing this, Little South immediately said, "Of course, back in Spirit Light City, it was Lin Ling who led us to escape. The more dangerous Lin Ling is, the calmer he is." Although they were stronger than Lin Ling in terms of experience, Lin Ling was indeed stronger. It could be said that half of the reason why Lin Ling could have his current strength was because he risked his life. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Then he landed on the bamboos. With a move of his feet, the bamboos shot forward like arrows. Upon seeing this, Little South and the others also followed. Swoosh, swoosh. In the pitch-black underground, a few figures quickly passed by. Their speed also reached the speed of 5,000 worlds. However, the pressure in the realm of the gods was very great. Therefore, although it seemed like the speed of 5,000 worlds, it was much slower than usual. From time to time, river water would soar into the sky like the huge mouth of a demonic beast. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. Immediately, a large number of evil ghost jellyfish swam out from behind him and swallowed like locusts. Bang, 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 bang. The surging river water was still roaring. However, after a while, a graceful figure stepped on the bamboos and broke through the water. The fierce river water also scattered in all directions. If one looked carefully, the powerful river water had been mostly swallowed by the evil ghost jellyfish. Only the surface was left. It was just a water film. Lin Ling had just broken through the water when the few figures behind him caught up. With Little South and the others' strength, the fierce river water obviously could not stop them. After all, the fierce river water was only a threat to martial gods without divine fetuses. It did not have much effect on them. However, in terms of graceful means, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the most relaxed among them. Lin Ling has a lot of means. He is not like us, who have to use our ultimate techniques whenever we encounter an attack. The Nyogu said with a smile. That's right. I don't know how Brother Lin Ling cultivates. How can he cultivate so many techniques at once? Unlike me, I'm already dizzy from cultivating just one type of divine fetus. Little South, don't be envious. Lin Ling's foundation is very good. That's why he can cultivate like this. Of course, if Lin Ling only cultivated one divine fetus, his current cultivation realm would definitely be higher than ours. Sui Hua said with a smile. She was not wrong. Lin Ling had 6 dantians. Although his strength to fight above his level was strong, It also slowed down his cultivation speed by 6 times. Everyone be careful. There is something wrong under the river. At this time, Lin Ling said to everyone with a smile. After he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his foot. A powerful force formed a sound wave that vibrated out. When it landed in the river water, it was like thunder, shocking the pitch-black creatures and causing them to faint. Gurgle. Soon, a large number of black fish floated around Lin Ling. These fish had pitch-black scales and extremely hard teeth. Most importantly, these fish did not have eyes and emitted a ferocious aura. What kind of fish are these? They don't seem to be dead. Little South and the others also used their means to stun all the fish in the river and then said in surprise. With their strength, they could even kill divine beasts. Although they did not use their full strength, it was too strange that these mere fish were not killed. They should be fish from the divine realm. I'm afraid they are somewhat extraordinary. Let's collect some back. The Nyogu smiled honestly and wanted to collect the strange fish around him. Chapter 4207. Yeah, I also sensed the thick corpse aura. Sister Tsuhua also nodded. Let's not. Nyogu had just scooped up a fish and immediately threw it away. After all, they were not martial artists who cultivated death aura, so they still felt some disgust towards these fishes that grew up eating corpses. It's really strange. There's no one left in the divine realm, so why are there these fishes? Little South said curiously. They should be strange fish born from the heavenly river. As for the corpses they eat, they should be the flesh and blood of the gods that were shattered after the battle of the gods. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and said, in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that these fishes are a little smelly, I really want to collect 1 or 2. Brother Lin Ling, let's not. Hearing this, Little South and the others shuddered. Everyone chatted as they walked. After galloping for an hour, they still couldn't see the end of the heavenly river. On the other hand, Little South used her divine embryo and finally saw the riverbank. However, it was still very far away. Moreover, her divine embryo was sharp and could see where the water of the heavenly Yin River flowed to. Therefore, she also used her realm essence to depict the scene she saw in front of her. The surging heavenly Yin River was like a Yin dragon that penetrated the bottom of this continent. After rushing out of the continent, it still turned into a river and galloped in the void. Then, it reached another continent on the far side. It was a magnificent sight. It's just a branch and it's already so powerful. If it was the real heavenly river, it would probably be even bigger. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Rumble. At this moment, the river water in front of them suddenly exploded. Then, a huge shadow blocked in front of them like a mountain. For you. How dare you barge into the heavenly Yin River? A deafening roar also sounded out. The huge shadow walked forward step by step, causing the river water to explode and gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking carefully, it was a monster. The reason why it was called a monster was because it had 4 limbs of a human and a fish head. Moreover, its long hair was as long as tentacles and constantly danced. The surface of its body was also covered in black scales, but its eyes were like red flames, extremely dazzling in the darkness. What is this? The expressions of Tsuehua and the others changed. Could it be a god that could speak the human language? I am the river god of the heavenly Yin River. When the huge monster heard the voices of Tsuehua and the others, it immediately roared. It held a huge trident in its hand. Then, it fiercely stabbed at Lin Ling and the others. From the looks of it, it didn't have world essence or divine force, but its strength was extremely terrifying, reaching 500,000 world force. However, Lin Ling and the others were not weak. With a slight movement of their bodies, they dodged the river god's fork. Crush. However, the power of the fork was too terrifying. After it pierced into the water, it stirred up a huge whirlpool. Little South's physical body was weaker, so he was slightly slowed down by the impact of the huge river. Soon after, he was entangled by the huge whirlpool. Little South. Seeing this, the expressions of Tsuehua and the others changed. Without another word, they wanted to go back and save Little South. Let me. However, Lin Ling had already rushed forward. In midair, his innate talent fused, and thunder wings appeared. He glided across the water, bringing with him waves of electric snakes. Then, with a grab of his hand, he immediately brought Little South out of the water. "Humph, how dare you touch me?" As a trial taker, Little South was naturally not weak. After being supported by Lin Ling's world essence, a phoenix bow immediately appeared in her hand. Looking at the huge figure, she fiercely shot 3 arrows. Each arrow contained 30 strands of divine force, so in total, it was 90 strands of divine force. Little South was obviously much stronger than when she was in Spirit Light City. After the 3 arrows were shot, the huge river demon let out a furious roar. However, its body was huge, so it didn't retreat a single step. At this moment, Niugu and Zihua also made their moves. They each had 300 strands of divine force. Under the urging of their divine embryos, the 2 attacks landed on the river demon one after another. Bang bang bang. The huge river demon was finally pushed back by the attacks. 300 strands of divine force. This also allowed Lin Ling to see the strength of Niugu and the others. Moreover, Lin Ling guessed that they hadn't used their full strength yet. Damned humans, go to hell. The river demon let out a furious roar. Its fiery red eyes emitted light, forming 2 huge rays that then shot towards Lin Ling and the others. "Everyone, be careful." Suehua immediately shouted. She didn't expect that the river demon, other than having a strong physical body, would have such a move. Rumble. The 2 destructive red rays followed the trajectory of Lin Ling and the others and swept across the river, slicing apart the river. However, Lin Ling and the others were extremely fast. As they continued to leap, they managed to avoid the attacks without any mishap. This monster is too powerful. It's actually safe and sound after being hit by one of our attacks. Be careful, its red rays are coming. Lin Ling and the others were temporarily helpless against the river demon. Raise the net. But at this moment, the huge river demon stretched its hands towards the sky. Then, the sound of rushing water could be heard. Within a range of 10,000 miles, the river water surged like millions of lions. A huge net rushed out from the bottom of the river and slowly shrunk. And in the huge net, Lin Ling and the others were trapped there. When did this beast cast the net? Little South's pupils constricted when he saw the huge net slowly shrinking in the distance. It's its hair. Lin Ling's soul force was very strong. He immediately discovered that the river demon's messy long hair had unknowingly extended to the bottom of the river. It grew rapidly and intertwined with each other to form a huge net. In the net, some strange fish in the river jumped up. However, when they came into contact with the net, they were immediately corroded to death by an unknown force. They floated on the surface of the water and drifted with the river. It's poisonous. Suehua immediately sensed something. Now, there was a terrifying net in all directions. They couldn't escape even if they had wings. The sky has also been sealed. The Nyogu looked up and also shouted, "Ha, puny humans, I let you escape earlier. Now you want to get away so easily." The huge river demon let out a hearty laugh. Obviously, many people had flown past here. At first, the river demon didn't react and let them pass. Now that it encountered Lin Ling and the others, it was naturally well prepared. "We're really unlucky." Hearing this, Suehua and the others secretly cursed. "It's useless to think about this now. We have to break the net." Lin Ling shook his head, and then he gazed at the enormous river demon and said, "Who exactly are you?" "I am the river god." The river demon also looked at Lin Ling. Chapter 4208. You're the one who's spouting nonsense. The river demon also roared, but its eyes were blank. "Who am I?" It could be seen that it didn't know where it came from. You should be a divine thought that was born after the gods fell. You fused with the strange fish in this river and mutated for thousands of years. Lin Ling guessed. A mere mutated river demon dares to call itself a river god. Go to hell. This seemed to have hit the river demon's sore spot. It seemed to have gone mad as it madly stirred the river, causing a large number of strange fish to die in the river. Lin Ling, we have to break through that strange net quickly. Suehua and the rest had already rushed over and attacked the strange net in one direction. Rumble! Brother Anyo unleashed the big green ox's divine fist. The sound waves exploded and landed on the strange net, pushing the strange net back. However, when the power of the fist disappeared, the strange net spread out again. Although the threads of the strange net were only as thick as a finger, they were extremely tough. As for Little South, she shot phoenix arrows. Those arrows were sharp and shot through the strange net, but they only broke one thread and weren't of much help. Moreover, the strange net quickly recovered. Why is this thing so difficult to deal with? Suehua couldn't help but worry. The strange net couldn't be attacked at close range, only from afar. However, the effect of such a long-range attack wasn't that great. Let me try. At this moment, Lin Ling shot out like an arrow. His palm landed on the hilt of the tyrannical song sword, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was sensing. His soul power spread out and touched the strange net like an invisible hand, sensing the patterns. One had to know that everything in the world had patterns. It was these patterns that created everything. Some substances were hard, some substances were soft, and the places where the patterns intersected were always the weak points. Big brother Lin Ling, you're going to crash into it. Seeing Lin Ling shoot out, Little South also shouted anxiously, because Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the monster net. One had to know that the strange net was poisonous. If it wrapped around Lin Ling's body, who knew what would happen? There is a sword from the era of the gods. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally struck out with his sword. The massive sword blade transformed into a blinding light as it gently slashed out. Behind Lin Ling, the headless old man appeared and slashed down with Lin Ling. Although this slash only contained 100 strands of divine power, it contained the purest killing intent and demonic chi. It slashed onto the strange net's patterns. A dazzling spark appeared, and Lin Ling also immediately floated back. At this moment, the vast river suddenly quieted down. Everyone was staring at the result of that sword strike. Even the river demon was the same. Swoosh! A moment later, a hole was forcibly torn open in the strange net, and it was continuously breaking apart. What? The river demon immediately shouted in shock. Suehua and the rest were overjoyed. However, just as they were about to use the hole to escape, the river demon sneered. Trying to escape? Dream on. Rise. Following its voice, 2 more layers of the strange net rushed out from the bottom of the river outside the strange net. Not only did it seal the previous hole, but it also became stronger. Bastard, this guy actually had a backup plan. Seeing this, Little South and the rest could not help but curse. If they wanted to escape the strange net now, they would have to break through 3 layers of the strange net, which was 3 times more difficult than before. There's no time to think. Everyone attack with all your might. However, Suehua and the rest knew that now was not the time to curse, so they did not hold back and unleashed their full strength. A colorful light appeared outside Little South's body, and a pair of wings grew out from her back. These wings were extremely dazzling, making her look as if she had transformed into a peacock king. Looking at Suehua, her body revealed streaks of colored glaze light, which wrapped around her like ribbons. Then, a pair of transparent wings rushed out. Behind her, a jade cicada that seemed to be formed from jade appeared. As for Nyogu, he also unleashed his full strength. Then, the 3 of them unleashed a fierce attack in the same direction. Rumble! With the 3 of them attacking, even the 9 states' martial gods would not dare to take their attacks head-on. They directly turned the heavenly river upside down. Lin Ling, hurry up and help. While they were frantically attacking, Suehua saw that Lin Ling was in a daze, and she could not help but feel angry. Could it be that Lin Ling was in a daze because of the blow he received? One must know that the strange net was constantly shrinking. Once it successfully shrank, all of them would die. Now was not the time to be in a daze. However, Lin Ling still did not move. His brows were tightly knitted, and no one knew what he was thinking. This made Suehua and the rest very anxious. However, they could not care about Lin Ling and could only continue to attack in front of them. At this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. However, he did not pay attention to Cuihua and the rest. Instead, he flew toward the river demon in the distance. Hee, are you here to die? The river demon also saw Lin Ling. Not only was it not afraid, it even sneered. With its strength, it knew that Lin Ling could not hurt it at all. I'm not here to die. I'm just threatening you. Lin Ling did not stop as he spoke coldly. Go ahead and try. Let me remind you, if you get too close to me, you might die. Because I'm very cruel. The river demon raised the river god's trident in its hand and stabbed it toward Lin Ling. Rumble. The void exploded as the ferocious river god's trident attacked Lin Ling at a terrifying speed. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was impossible for him to block it. However, Lin Ling did not intend to block it. With a flap of the wings behind him, Lin Ling moved in a beautiful arc and narrowly avoided the river god's trident. After flying left and right, Lin Ling finally appeared above the river demon's head. The river demon was shocked. At the same time, Cuihua and the rest saw Lin Ling's actions and were all shocked. However, Cuihua and the rest shook their heads. They had fought with the river demon before and knew that the river demon's body was very strong. They could not hurt it at all. Lin Ling's goal should be to capture the leader first. However, they had already thought of this idea. They just felt that it was impossible. They are smarter than you. Sensing that Lin Ling was standing on its head, the river demon was not afraid at all. Instead, it revealed its fangs and smiled. Do you think that I can't hurt you? At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke in a cold voice. It's not that I think, it's really impossible. The river demon nodded. Then let's try. Lin Ling stretched out his palm and slammed it toward the giant head under his feet. This time, he did not use his physical strength, realm essence, or divine power. Instead, he used his soul power. Chapter 4209. With Lin Ling's palm as the center, a mysterious power gushed out wildly. Ah! The river demon had a look of disdain, but its soul was struck by a heavy blow, causing it to scream in pain. Its hands were constantly rubbing its head and shaking crazily. Stop your strange net. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately ordered coldly. In your dreams. The river demon roared and waved its hands wildly, trying to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already sensed it. He flapped his wings and dodged it. At the same time, he pushed his soul power to the maximum. The river demon was too big, so he had to get close to the river demon to use the soul attack. If he was far away, the effect would be reduced by half. Moreover, he had used the art of beast taming, but he still couldn't completely control the river demon. This showed how fierce the river demon was. Of course, although he couldn't control it, he could still threaten it. Ouch, 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 and you're dead. The river demon had a splitting headache and chased after Lin Ling crazily. Lin Ling kept flying like an agile bee. At the same time, he ordered coldly, "Stop your strange net." The two of them seemed to be in a race against time. Would the river demon be defeated first, or would Lin Ling be trapped in the net first? At this moment, Cuihua and the rest stopped attacking. They finally knew Lin Ling's goal. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have the means to threaten the river demon. And now, they couldn't do anything. Everything depended on Lin Ling. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The river demon knelt down and spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the Tianyin River red. Spare me, spare me. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. After the river demon vomited blood, it finally let out a weak cry. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling's instructions, it untied the strange net around it. When he saw this, Lin Ling withdrew his soul force a little. He was secretly relieved because his soul force had reached its limit. If the river demon had persisted for a little longer, then Lin Ling would have been defeated. After seeing the strange net sink to the bottom of the water, Little South and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Recalling the scene from before, they immediately felt like they had survived a disaster. They had never imagined that they would almost lose their lives while searching for the divine circle. The deity realm was indeed filled with danger at every step. You're too awesome. You're obviously not strong, but you have soul power. Scoundrel! When the river demon realized that its head was no longer hurting, it immediately complained. Lin Ling was speechless, but he still said coldly, "Take us across the river." This heavenly Yin river was so wide that no one could guarantee that there would not be any dangers ahead. For safety reasons, it was best to let the river demon protect them across the river. But you're not allowed to use your soul power to suppress me. The river demon did not hesitate and immediately agreed. It could be seen that it was also tortured beyond recognition by soul power. It was so strong that normal soul power had no effect on it at all. However, it just had to meet a human whose soul power was so strong that it defied the natural order. Bang bang bang. Then, the river demon carried the river god's trident and opened up a path ahead. Big brother Lin Ling, good job. Little South flew toward Lin Ling and smiled excitedly. Nyogu and the others also ran over happily and looked at Lin Ling gratefully. They knew that they owed Lin Ling their lives. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much and followed the huge figure in front of them. Along the way, they indeed encountered many strange river demon. There was a huge clam the size of a mountain. Its shell opened up and a huge suction force poured out, sucking in all the water of the heavenly Yin river. If not for the river demon, Lin Ling and the others would have had to fight a tough battle. The river demon snorted and strode forward. It forcefully tore the clam into two halves. After that, it took out the smelly meat and ate it. It even asked Lin Ling and the others if they wanted some. Lin Ling and the others naturally waved their hands. The clam had eaten so much rotten meat that they could not eat it. Other than the clam, there were also huge black crabs and so on. In short, the monsters in this bottomless heavenly river were incomparably strong. Compared to these monsters, Lin Ling and the others were as small as mosquitoes. Let's go this way. There's a demon dragon over there. It's very powerful. Even I'm no match for it. Other than that, the vast heavenly Yin river had monsters that even the river demon was wary of. Therefore, it was a competent guide and led Lin Ling and the others to take a detour to avoid some of the threats. Seeing this, Lin Ling took out a flask of wine and rewarded the river demon at the same time. Good, 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 good. After the river demon drank it, it immediately roared happily and looked at Lin Ling with greedy eyes. Lead the way obediently. There's plenty of wine. Lin Ling immediately scolded it jokingly. But the river demon rushed forward casually. When the ancient continent vaguely appeared in front of them, the river demon finally stopped. Then, it scooped up a large amount of black sludge in its hand. In the sludge, there was a clear spring. Divine spring. Lin Ling's pupils contracted instantly. That's right, divine spring. The river demon smiled and nodded. Then, it asked tentatively, how about exchanging wine with divine spring? 10 jugs of wine for 1 divine spring. 10 jugs of wine? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes widened. Too much? The river demon scratched the back of its head awkwardly and said, how about 5 jugs? 5 jugs? This time, it was Little South and the others turned to be shocked. It's still too much. However, the river demon thought that its price was too high and immediately said, 1 jug, no less. 1 jug of wine for 1 divine spring? Although this divine spring couldn't be compared to the divine springs in the 9 states and was polluted by the river water, it was still a rare treasure. If the cultivators of the 9 states knew about this, they would probably exchange an entire river of wine for the divine spring. No, it should be 100. There was no reason for Lin Ling not to agree. He couldn't wait to exchange all the wine for the divine spring. There are still some nearby. I'll find some for you. However, there are some annoying aquatic plants under the river. They're also very powerful, so it's a little troublesome. The river demon smiled excitedly. It immediately dived into the river and began to fish. Next, a pool of divine spring floated up, accompanied by some hair-like aquatic plants. Among the thick hair, one could vaguely see the head of a person. The aquatic plants were growing out from the head. Thinking about it, this must be the annoying aquatic plants that the river demon was talking about. So disgusting. Little South frowned. It was clearly aquatic plants, but it had a human head. It seemed that after countless years, the river demon of this heavenly Yin river had mutated. After a long time, a total of 15 divine springs floated on the river surface. They flowed with the waves like pearls. Chapter 42:10. Lin Ling smiled and divided the divine spring among himself. Then, he threw all the wine he had to the river demon. Wow, so much! When Lin Ling spilled all the wine, the river demon was undoubtedly very happy. It danced with joy and kept the wine carefully, hiding it in its hair. Okay, thank you for your help along the way, Lin Ling said to the river demon. After interacting with it for a while, he felt that the river demon was quite cute. Next time, remember to bring wine. I'll find more divine springs for you. The river demon waved goodbye and dived into the river. Lin Ling and Little South looked at each other, then ran toward the shore. Of the 15 divine springs, Little South and the other 2 each took 9, while Lin Ling took 6. Originally, Little South and the others were embarrassed to accept it. After all, they didn't contribute much during the whole process. However, Lin Ling forced them to accept it. That was his personality. He was never stingy to his friends. The divine circle is almost there. At that moment, Little South cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over and immediately saw a mysterious light shoot up into the sky in front of the distant land. Even though it was far away, they could see it clearly. We're finally here. Everyone was excited. Then they sped up and reached the shore. The shore was made of unknown green bricks. It was like a broken land of ruins. When everyone stepped on the green bricks, they suddenly felt like they had been reborn. They rushed forward along the ground. However, when they got closer to the light, they realized that there were many people near the divine circle. Moreover, some people saw Lin Ling and the others and immediately flew toward them. Anyo, Suihua Little South, Lin Ling. A voice sounded at the same time. Then, 3 figures stood in front of Lin Ling and the others. The 3 of them were wearing heavy armor and looked like soldiers of the gods. Rings of divine power were released from their bodies. They were extremely powerful. In terms of cultivation level, they were at the peak of the martial god realm. However, in terms of combat strength, the 3 of them should be extremely powerful. Who are you people? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the 3 of them. We're from the Titanic Crescent God. One of the men said coldly, you've obtained a lot of divine springs. As the saying goes, those who see it will get a share. You must give us 15 divine springs. 15 divine springs. One had to know that Lin Ling and the others only had 15 divine springs. They wanted all of them. What a joke. We only have 15 divine springs of divine springs. Suihua could not help but laugh. Since that's the case, each of you can keep one and the rest will be ours. The man spoke again, his face expressionless. We came earlier than you, so everyone who saw it has a share. Everyone has a share? This time, Lin Ling laughed. These people had come here first and awakened the monsters in the river. Lin Ling and the others followed behind them as if they were cleaning up after them. Lin Ling and the others had not settled the score yet. Of course, Lin Ling and the others had come later than them. If they encountered any trouble, they could only blame it on their bad luck. However, they had obtained the treasures and put them in their own pockets. They did not have a share. Not even a strand of hair. Get lost. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk to them. He directly asked them to get lost. However, the 3 of them were not angry. They were still expressionless. The man in the lead said, My name is Di Ba, the divine general of the Titanic Crescent God. Now that you refuse to hand over the divine springs, you are provoking the Titanic Crescent God. If there are any consequences, can you bear them? We know that you are the trial takers. That's why we are so polite. If it were anyone else, we would have attacked. Another person said. The last person nodded. You trial takers are strong, but compared to the divine generals, you are still a bit weaker. If you don't want to make things difficult for the gods behind you, you better hand over the divine springs. Otherwise, it will be difficult for everyone to talk. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed again. He was too lazy to say anything else. Instead, he looked at Suihua and said, Sister Suihua, what do you think? Cui Hua and Little Nan smiled and said, I've heard that the Titanic Crescent God's people are tyrannical. Now that I've seen it for myself, it is indeed extraordinary. However, you're right, we don't want to have a bad relationship with the Titanic Crescent God, but if you push it too far, then we'll just have to break all pretenses. I am speaking on behalf of the Curishan. Are we really going to have a falling out? Very well. Lin Ling, what are you saying on behalf of Lei Gong? The three people's eyes turned cold, and one of them looked at Lin Ling. Ha, I am not speaking on behalf of Lei Gong. I only want to say that you have 3 breaths of time to consider. Scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking you. Lin Ling was not so easy to talk to. Although the Titanic Crescent God was not someone he could offend, Lin Ling was dreaming if he thought that he would obediently surrender just because of his name. 1, 2, 3. Then, Lin Ling called out the number and attacked right after he finished speaking. Bang! Lin Ling shot forward and fused his innate talents. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. You're crazy! Seeing Lin Ling's decisive attack, the 3 of them were clearly unable to react in time. After all, anyone who met the Titanic Crescent God would give him some face. However, not only did Lin Ling not say anything, he also attacked. Armor upgrade. The person at the front crossed his arms and the power of divinity gushed out, forming a gray shield armor in front of him. The shield armor emitted a dazzling light and looked extremely extraordinary. Clang! Lin Ling's sword slashed out, causing the shield armor to shake violently. The man holding the shield was shocked. He did not expect Lin Ling's sword to be so strong. He had only heard of Lin Ling's name and did not take it to heart. In fact, with Lin Ling's current strength, he was barely qualified to be remembered by the 4 gods. The man was sent flying, and he almost lost his grip on the shield. At this moment, Lin Ling threw the tyrannical song sword in his hand and raised his palms. Flames like lanterns floated out. 3,000 great heavenly flames. Then he continued to attack. The heavenly flames shot out like meteors, their speed and power reaching a terrifying level. Seeing this, the man's expression changed. He did not expect Lin Ling's attack to be so relentless. He did not even give him a chance to breathe. He immediately placed the shield in front of him in an attempt to block Lin Ling's attack. Bang, bang, bang. The shield shook violently as it was struck by the great heavenly flames. Meanwhile, the arm of the man holding the shield was gradually going numb. Bang. In the end, the shield was knocked away. Then, a large amount of heavenly flames with the power of divinity bombarded the man's body, sending him flying and crashing into the god's circle in the distance.